How's everyone doing tonight? I should say this morning. Since it's 3 o'clock in the morning, my time, on my side of the world. I don't know if any of y'all been up, y'all getting ready to go to bed, y'all up late. I said I might come on for a little bit, so I decided I'd come on for a little bit, hang out with y'all. For those of my beautiful people who are up, and I did go through and pull out a general collective for y'all, so it's like I didn't even have to shuffle that deck much, and Spirit's already like telling on y'all. Telling on y'all, beautiful people. I like to know how many of y'all are crushing on a friend right now, because that's what Spirit's telling me. So, who's in your friend group that you're crushing on, but you're afraid to make a move? That's what Spirit told me. I'm still waiting to see how many of y'all are willing to step up to the plate and approach this person. Because I know I could have sworn I pulled this out the other day for y'all. Something about having a crush on somebody, liking somebody, being afraid to make a move. And in fact, that was what, last week? Because I woke up with a song in my head, and that's pretty much what it was telling me. So, here it is, beautiful people. I don't know why y'all afraid, but are y'all still afraid of rejection? How many times have I told y'all, it's best to approach that person, let them know how you feel, to find out now, instead of sitting there months later looking silly, still not sure what this person feels towards you, and then eventually find out that, no, you never had a chance, and then you wasted all your time focusing on one person when you could have moved on and gotten your answer sooner and found someone else instead who would have given you a shot. Because I look at rejection as God's protection. I also look at rejection as, hey, there's other fish in the sea, baby. And I keep telling y'all that. I'd rather someone tell me right now than to sit here and wait it out and wonder, how does someone feel about me? Do I have a shot? And then go through months. I've heard some of y'all tell me some crazy stories. Y'all have even gone over a year having a crush on somebody and never telling them, and still sitting, behind the scenes waiting to make a move, or waiting to see if this person will make a move towards you, and then find out it wasn't going to happen, or because you were too afraid yourself to make a move, you move on to someone else who will give you the time and attention, and then sit in the back of your minds later, like, what if? What if I had just swallowed my pride, put my ego to the side, and told this person how I felt? So, I'd like to know how many of y'all feeling that way right now. Because, it's like, I don't know who this person is. Because I wasn't trying to do a love reading, but the overall energy that came out was awakened love and a divine connection. So, the Spirit even showed me this is someone you're friends with. So who is this person? And why are you afraid to contact them? I just want to know, why are you afraid to contact them? Because you can't stop thinking about them. You keep replaying conversations over in your head, and you want to get close to them, but it's like you're afraid to make that move. So what's the problem, beautiful people? Talk to me here. I can only help y'all so much, but if y'all don't listen to me, it's like, what's the point, beautiful people? Trying to help y'all make this love connection. Y'all know me, I'm a hopeless romantic. I want to hear the great love stories, so who you afraid to reach out to? Because it's a friend. And it's like, I guess I'm going to pull out my dice here. If I can find them. Yep. Alright. Which one? Spirit. Which one? I mean, y'all are just sitting here trying to think this through. You know, this divine connection, awakened love. This is the overall energy. So, there's someone that has opened your heart to the possibility of love. And when I shuffled my other oracle deck, this friendship card came out. So, this is a friend. Someone that, for some of y'all just may have met, and it's just starting, but there's someone where it feels like it's been longer. Like I get a year. So here you are in this Page of Swords energy, just kind of like looking at yourself like, well, what do I do? You know, a decision has to be made. You're thinking about it, but you're afraid. I'm trying to figure out why. Why are you afraid? You know, because Spirit's going to force you to make a choice. If you want this person or not. If you want to take the chance. And understand me, beautiful people, I get for some of y'all, this is like, you know, you're afraid to ruin a friendship. But you know what makes some of the best relationships? People you've been friends with. Because there's that foundation of friendship. Where it's not just about being lovers and partners. There's that friendship because you end up becoming each other's best friend. You just end up, you know, get to go to sleep with your best friend every night if y'all live together or get married. It's the only difference. So, I know y'all are excited about this person. I get the jittery feeling. So, y'all gonna make a move? Spirit, show me. I just wanna know. Oh dear. Well, you look at them as being very abundant. But I still don't feel like you're gonna allow yourself to approach them yet. What else, Spirit? Ace of Pentacles with the Empress. So y'all tell me, beautiful people, obviously this person looks like an Empress or an Emperor to you. Someone I feel like you could build something with, and I feel like many of y'all see this person as someone who would be committed, who's stable, who has their life together or has things already figured out. They know what they want. They're not out here playing games. They're looking for that long-term person. That's same as you, but you are still over here twiddling your thumbs in this page energy. Just kind of thinking about it. Just thinking about it. Not moving forward, just thinking. Just like I said. Spirit's going to make you make a choice. Because you've reached that road now. You either approach them or you keep looking ahead like you never saw them. But I don't feel like many of y'all can be able to do that. Because you can't stop thinking about them. Even just the thought of them excites you with this Knight of Wands. So here you are in the center energy, Knight of Wands. Thinking about them. The excitement, the hope, the potential. What could this friendship over here that feels like a soul connection, what can they bring you? Happiness, joy, peace, commitment. You know, there's no greater relationship to me when it comes to whether that's, you know, your friendship or romantic, that can give you something more deeper than a deeper connection, and that gives you a serenity of peace. You know, it's peaceful. You know, it's like they're like your soft place to fall. You feel like you could be at home with them. You can, you know, you don't have to put up a front. That they'll love you and accept you for exactly who you are. And that's the best kind of love to have. But you got to stop, you know, just thinking about it and reflecting or contemplating. Because that's where y'all are getting stuck here. This energy is giving me, though you're excited and you're wanting to move towards them, that excitement, you keep thinking about, okay, yeah, if I approach her, you know, maybe she'll say this or she'll say that, and I'll get a yes, or him, you know, maybe, you know, he will, you know, ask for my number and call me and ask me on a date. So what are you waiting for? Because many of y'all getting stuck over here in this hangman energy. This hangman is telling me you're not able to see the possibility like the way I'm telling y'all. To see it like, okay, if I don't approach them, then what's going to happen, you know, days, weeks, or even months later? I'm sitting here still twiddling my thumbs. Damn. You know, what if, you know, I just approach them and just get it over with and then find out, you know? But then I say over here and it's like, no, I'm too scared because I get too hurt being rejected. So then I just look at them like, well, that's a past opportunity because maybe they moved on to someone else and you lost your opportunity. And then you go back in your head, what if? Just what if I had approached them and said, listen, you know, we're friends, right? But I see you more than a friend. I want something more. I want to build with you. You know, we both have the same interests. We both want the same things. How do you feel? Let me know. Are you game, you know, to see if this can go anywhere or not? And at least you find out. Instead of getting stuck upside down like this hangman. Because that's where I'm seeing many of y'all getting caught up. Stuck in your ego. Afraid. Unwilling to approach. Just keep thinking, no. No, she'll turn me down. No, he has no interest in me. He doesn't even give me the time of day. Maybe they don't want you to know that they feel the same way. Or maybe that they're crushing on you. But maybe they're thinking the same thing as you. You know, I'm afraid to, you know, ruin this friendship. You know, love's always worth the risk, beautiful people. And like this is someone y'all been manifesting too. Because this other card that came out, y'all are manifesting this person. Like many y'all keep asking divine and asking the universe, you know, just bring me that one person. I've been waiting. I'm waiting. You know, hurry up. You know, I've already, you know, kissed too many toads. So I need my princess or my Prince Charming to come. Well, maybe they've been right in front of you all along. But too silly to make a move. Be mature. You know, because this Page of Wands over here and the possible outcome is showing me. I feel like some of y'all are like laying out the groundwork, making the plans now. How? What do I say? You know, do I just, you know, send them a little message? Do I pick up the phone and call them? Or do I approach them in person? You know, confidence, beautiful people, is attractive. It's very attractive. And I think many of y'all don't understand how attractive someone who is confident is. You know, someone, you know, who runs and hides and just doesn't make eye contact, doesn't, you know, notice you. Yeah, they get pushed to the side, but it's not because they're not noticed. It's because that energy, that frequency they put out in the world is different from ones who are confident, who aren't afraid. Be fearless. When you go through life, you can't constantly live in fear. You still got to make some decisions and change it. So, are you going to change it? Because if not, you know, with this Page of Wands out here and the possible outcome, I'm getting the Five of Cups here. Where I feel like some of y'all are only going to still think about it. And you're going to sit there and not do nothing. You know, it's just, yeah, you keep daydreaming, wondering. And then here comes the regret, which is Five of Cups. Regret. Not making that move. But for the rest of y'all who are willing to be confident, which, before I throw out another dice, where's my other deck? I want to see. Show me, Spirit. For the ones who will make the move. What's going to happen here? Some of y'all may still walk away. Maybe they turn you down. But I feel like some of y'all are going to make that love connection. Yeah. I get, if you're patient, you'll find perfect harmony and balance with this person. There'll be harmony and balance. There'll be hope, and you'll feel good about yourself for making that move towards them. For the rest of y'all, you're going to be left in this Five of Cups energy, never making a move, and then watching them walk away because someone came in instead and decided to, give them an opportunity to build something. So, here you are, out in the cold, Five of Cups, right here. And that other card came out with the one dice I threw out, so. Alright, beautiful people. So what else is going to be? I haven't pulled out any cards yet for the career. This was just a big message that Spirit felt like some of y'all needed to hear. So, I want to see what else is going to happen here. Show me, Spirit. This person can accept it. Yeah, I feel like this person will take some deep reflecting. I get an energy of someone. I don't know who this is, but I get the energy. There's someone out there who's thinking about you too, and they're contemplating. They're getting lost, soul searching, because I feel like they're asking Spirit if you would be that person that they've been, asking the universe for with this Hermit. Some of them are closing themselves off right now with this Hermit, going in self-discovery, asking themselves, are they ready for this? Or maybe they need to still take some time out for themselves to kind of heal or find themselves. Alright, Spirit. Well, are they going to accept this? I want to see. Show me. Yeah, I get the Sun. They see you as their happiness just as much as you see them. Sun. It can't get any better than that. The Sun card is the happiest card in the deck. That's warmth, success, happiness, fulfillment. You think of like, rainbows and butterflies and sunshine. That's what that is. So beautiful, people. Whoever you're crushing on, I suggest you make the move now. Because, somebody else, I feel like will be eyeing this person. And you might lose that opportunity if you just keep sitting on sidelines just watching. Because I see some of y'all watching this person. Because that's the other thing Spirit showed me right before I turned the stream on. I was going to pull out a couple more cards, but Spirit was showing me someone's over there just studying. And I see you over there just watching. Like you get lost in your daydreams just watching them. So I get the energy of someone even watching someone's social media, constantly seeing what are they up to, what are they thinking, what are they doing next, where are they going. So if you're that person, sounds like this is more than just being, bit by the love bug or having a crush. This feels deeper, especially if you keep thinking about them. I want to say one more, Spirit. Show me. What else? Let's see. Before I do anything else. Yeah. They want to treat you right. And they know what they're doing. Just as much as you know what you're doing. They know. I feel like they know you got a crush on them. That's what Spirit's showing me. I feel like that some of them are trying to get your attention too. Trying to like give you that little wink. Like, yes, approach me. I've been waiting for you to make a move. When are you going to make the move? You just gonna sit there on the sidelines? Alright, Spirit. What else about this love connection and this crush? Since I'm here, show me. Love connection, romantic connection, friendship, love crush. Celebration, again. So, happiness, success, celebration. Spirit can't make it more clear than that, beautiful people. If you want them, here's your shot. It's now or never. Alright. Now, what's going on? What's y'all's personal and spiritual growth? What do y'all need to focus on quickly? For this side, besides manifesting love, what else? I make a bigger mess of my table. Try not to get my cards go flying off the table. But y'all know, I get a little clumsy sometimes. Alright, Spirit, show me. For the collective, what else? Spiritual, personal growth. What do they need to focus on? Let's see. Well, talk to me, Spirit. Okay. I got on my card. Uh-oh. Well, some of y'all still got to focus on some healing. Hold on. I don't know what the heck got on that card. That's stuck. Plastic. I got pain at the bottom, so y'all are trying to release some type of pain. Emotional heartache. But Spirit's showing me that there's miracles coming in to light your way. And for you to be open to receiving new blessings. I feel like for some of y'all, this is a time of deeper growth, a deeper awareness of yourself. You know, it's like I always tell y'all, you know, when we talk about relationships, and it does not matter whether it's our family, friends, romantic partner, even work colleagues. You know, the way, you know, we teach others how to treat us is the way we treat ourselves. So there's something here about y'all needing to treat yourselves better with this pain right here at the bottom. So miracles are coming in where I feel like there's going to be a greater awareness of yourself, of giving that love and time, that tenderness to yourself. And I feel like some of y'all are going to be putting up boundaries too. Those boundaries are going to be stronger. You're not just going to allow anyone and everyone to come knocking, and you're going to allow them to get close to you. I feel like you're going to be more specific with the connections you make, but even with the people you connect to strongly. You know, you might have been open just being friends with everybody, but for some of y'all, I feel like you're starting to learn you can't be friends with everybody, because not everybody has the same heart as you. And that's a lesson in itself, beautiful people. So just know that. Alright, show me, Spirit. What's coming in? Money and career. Okay. Money, career, Spirit. What does collective need to know? No, give me one card. Uh-oh. Well, that's interesting. Y'all keep trying to control everything. Y'all got y'all's hands too tightly on y'all's money. But even in the career world, it's like y'all aren't able to be flexible enough with this control card here. So y'all are getting, you know, wow. For someone out here, there's too much control, you being too rigid and not willing to loosen up a little more. Like, pivot is the word. So what I'm picking up is someone like you were offered an opportunity. Like I feel like a boss or someone from a different department or possibly in another company offered you a position, and it might be something that's a little different than what you've been doing. And it would be kind of almost like a lateral move, but I'm getting like someone might be given like a bonus or possibly a small increase, but I feel like that small tiny increase, even if you're gonna be given more work, will give you more exposure to like within like a year or two. And you're unwilling to be flexible with this person or this company with the opportunity that's being presented to you. And so you're kind of like trying to say no. I'm only going to accept whatever offers are giving me the amount of money I'm looking to make and the type of hours and um, where I'm going to be promoted or at least, get an annual increase, raise, or bonus or something. Spirit saying you're going to have to let go of that control. That's not the market we're in today. So there's a need to be more flexible. It's not saying don't, demand what you're worth, but sometimes you got to start at the bottom in order to build up, in order to level up. So some companies need to see what you're made of first before they're willing to give you the kind of money you're, requesting. So don't be afraid to ask, just be willing to negotiate instead of just saying flat no. That's what I'm getting. So stop being so controlling over the opportunities and telling everybody no. And even when it comes to your money, like I even get someone who's like, ugh, abusive. I can't get into that energy. So just be mindful of that, beautiful people. Now, where's my other deck before I go anywhere? Spirit told me to pull out this one, so let me see what my other oracle deck wants to tell me about y'all. Let me get these cards out. Alright, Spirit. Alright. Forgot about my alarm. Spirit, show me. What's the last message you got for me before I pull out my angel deck? What is it the collective needs to hear? Okay. Show me, Spirit. Well, thank you. Bones. What? Alright. What's this, Spirit? That's weird. Nope, not there. Okay. Well, let me find this. Where's this card at? This book. 14. Man, it feels like it got hot in here. I bet you it's like 72, 73 degrees in my house right now. I'm already starting to sweat. Ugh. Alright. Beautiful people. For one of my oracle decks. This one is called Bones. It says, there's a purity and a stark simplicity in bare bones, from which the flesh has disappeared. In European fairy tales reflecting the ancient beliefs of our ancestors, Bones represent the essence of a person, what persists in the world when the body is dead and the spirit or soul has moved on. In the juniper tree, a story collected by the brothers Grimm, the bones of a murdered and cannibalized child are buried beneath a juniper tree. Some essence of the dead child lingering in the bones rises up and flies out from the branches of the tree in the form of a bird. It sings a song that tells a story of what happened to him. In the singing bone, another grim tale. A man kills his young brother and buries his body beneath a bridge. One day, a shepherd finds an uncovered bone under the bridge and uses it to make the mouthpiece for a horn, which also then sings the truth about the young brother's fate. Bones can't lie. They warn us against dishonesty or deception, including self-deception, and exhort us to be true to ourselves. Bones then are a tool for self-knowledge and authenticity. So what's the story that your bones want to sing right now? You know, this kind of speaks to some of y'all being like hiding from yourself, being deceptive, not willing to, when we talk about, our romantic connection, our crush, for those of y'all who's crushing on somebody, are you not being honest with yourself? When you think about this person, when you lay your head down at night, you know, Spirit just showed me someone laying down in bed, literally, and reaching for their phone. I see them reaching for their phone, want to pick up, call this person. But then you just look at your phone and just stare at it. And I even see you staring at messages back and forth, or even pictures. But you're unwilling to tell this person how you feel. So, are you being honest with yourself? Are you being honest with the other person? What are you afraid of? You know, it's not going to make itself, beautiful people. You know, if y'all are waiting for a big, huge neon sign that says, reach out to this person, Spirit saying, it's time for you to make that move. It's time for you to be honest. And stop hiding, stop running, stop being scared. Because you're not being honest, you're being deceptive with yourself. And that's a hard burden to bear. Knowing, every single time you're around this person, there's this intensity feeling I feel. Like this person just electrifies you in the best ways possible, and you just want that opportunity. Well, Spirit's not just going to hand them over to you. You got to work for it, beautiful people. Man or woman, doesn't matter. And my ladies, let me tell y'all something. I try and tell y'all this because this even reminds me of a conversation I had with one of my girlfriends. This was like, a month ago? And she's talking about how men can be so dense, right? How it's like they don't see the signs when we're like giving them that sign, like, talk to us. We're right here. What are you scared of? Because her and I have had those experiences in the past where we see guys, and I'm not talking about guys, and it's nothing against y'all guys, okay? So please do not misunderstand me. I'm just talking about whether you talk about someone who may not have it all figured out yet, know where they're going in life, or the ones who already have it all together. They're making good money. You see them driving nice luxury cars. Like this guy was driving no, that's a Mercedes. A Mercedes Benz, an AMG car. And we were inside a restaurant. We had walked in there and we were eating and talking. And we saw a couple of guys, looking over at us, smiling occasionally as me and her were carrying on a conversation. And my girlfriend kept saying to me, she's like, that guy likes you. I know he likes you. I know he wants to approach you. And I just looked at her. I'm like, no, he's not interested in me. She's like, no, he's interested. He's just scared to approach you because you're so intimidating. That's what she told me. And I like, whatever. So she had walked outside to make a phone call. And the guy had got up and walked outside. I'm thinking, okay, she needed to be alone for this guy to approach her, right? Because I'm thinking he wants to talk to her, not me. And so he goes out there after, she gets off phone, he talks to her, but he's asking about me. I just cracked up laughing. And she comes back in and she's laughing and she sees him get in his car too. He had like went in there to get in his car, grab something. And so that's how she knew what kind of car he was driving in. She comes back inside. She's like, remember I told you that guy that was looking over here at us told you he likes you. I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, because when I walked outside to make a phone call, he approached me and asked me about you. She's like, I told you guys are dense. It's like, yeah, whatever, I think sometimes my ladies, we don't give guys the opportunity, and sometimes we have to play in their ego a little bit to make it easy for them to be more confident, to know that for sure if we give them a little wink out of the corner of our eye or just smile at them, sometimes that's all it takes. And sometimes you might have to do it 2 or 3 times before they'll approach you. Or you gotta, put that line out there. It's like, so even be upfront and see if it's me, beautiful people. I would tell the guy, if I knew the guy like me, it's like, so, I noticed you've been checking me out. And yes, and I do this, y'all. I know you've been checking me out. So, when are you going to ask me out on a date? What are you waiting for? And I have done that before. And I caught the guy off guard and he never expected that of me. Never expected me to be that confident. But you see, I kind of had to. And it's like, and I told him, I said, listen, if I'm reading it wrong, let me know I'm wrong. But see, I know I'm not wrong because Spirit told me I'm not wrong. And he's like, no, you're right. I just, um, and because I caught him off guard, he didn't know what to say to me, but he, eventually, came back. He's like, yeah, Amanda, you're right. I do like you. I think you're great, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So what are you waiting on? Waiting on Christmas? You waiting on what? Money fall out of the sky? Like what? so, so my ladies, sometimes you have to, give them an opportunity. And sometimes, even if you're out and you see someone and it seems like they're like watching you or trying to get your attention, you got to give them that space. And maybe it means you got to get up. If you're with your friends, get up and move somewhere else where you're alone to give them the opportunity to approach you. And I know that's like, well, you're just excusing their ego and letting them not be confident. Maybe, but sometimes it's what it takes. I hate to break it to you, because sometimes some men just aren't going to do it. So you kind of got to like force their hands a little bit. Or me, I just put out and say to them, hey, I know you're crushed on me. What are you waiting for? But I'm not shy, beautiful people. I know not everybody's like me, but I don't make it so complicated is all I'm saying. So stop being deceptive. Or, if we're talking about, y'all's career, same thing. Stop trying to, stop doubting yourself. Because I feel like some of y'all even doubt your capabilities when it comes to your career. Like, you just don't think you got it. You don't think that business will hire you, you know. But did you even ask? Did you put in your application? How can anybody hire you if you don't even put in your application or send them your resume? So, y'all make the decision, though. I can't do it all for y'all, beautiful people. Just saying. Oh, I'm so silly. I can't help it. Am I being honest, though? I mean, come on, y'all. But, But then you miss out. What if there's this beautiful girl or handsome guy, whichever way it goes, you know, because you allowed your ego to talk you out of, well, no, she won't ever give me a time of day, or no, he's not interested. And then you find out later you're wrong. And then you know what? And I've had these experiences. Like I remember when I got into a serious relationship, there was a couple of guys that I shot pool with. And after they found out I started a serious relationship with somebody, they're like, Amanda, I had a big crush on you. I was hoping for a chance to ask you out, and I'm just looking at them like, and kind of a little late now, isn't it? Like, you lost your chance. I was here this whole time. You had plenty of opportunities to ask me, but your ego got in the way. So, lose out. But I'm just me. It's just where y'all are as men. I mean, I just think that, sometimes, I don't know. I try and give y'all the best advice I can give y'all, because there's too many people out there who are single who shouldn't be single, in my personal opinion, but that's me. I get it. I get the dating world is hard, but there's a lot of good people still out there. What are y'all waiting on? You're about respect and loyalty, Barbie. And beautiful, there's nothing wrong with that. Cause that's a requirement, right? And this is crazy that you say that, beautiful, because last night, for some of y'all who were here, it's like I was watching someone else's stream the last couple of days, before I started streaming. And they're over here calling women all these different names, the B word, the C word, hoe, whore, all those words. And I'm like, what? Wait a minute. And what I figured is a lot of them are reacting off of still hurt. They haven't healed their hurt feelings from someone else who's done them wrong. And so because someone else has done them wrong, they have this automatic assumption that all women are that way. And then I understand, my ladies, I understand we get mad, we get our hearts broken the same way, oh, well, he was a cheating dog or liar, this and that. I get it. So, but respect and loyalty, that shouldn't be an expectation. I mean, to me, no, I said that wrong. That shouldn't just be a requirement. That should be something that is expected when you start a relationship with someone. So I get that, beautiful. I want someone who's loyal to me. But you see, it's crazy because, like I said, it's like if you're out here calling, women all these vulgar names, or my ladies, if y'all are out here calling guys all these different names, that's unattractive, right? You're not going to attract people that way. So you got to change your energy. You got to change your mindset. Not feel like everyone out there is going to hurt you. Give someone a chance, And I feel like sometimes when we act in that hurt, wounded self, it deters people from wanting to approach us or wanting to look at us or see us as maybe, my forever person, possibly. So, but yeah, beautiful, I understand. I really do. See, I had to shuffle this deck a couple times. So whose messages y'all saving? I save your text messages. Your texts and messages. Whose messages y'all saving that y'all keep reading over and over again? Come on, y'all. Come on, my beautiful people. And then it's crazy because even like the guys, when I was listening to them, then they bring up the simping word. I'm like, what? You know, I mean, I don't know if I was just naive. Maybe I was. And maybe some people would probably say I was. But see, you know, I had two strong male figures in my life. Both my real father and my stepdad, who was a second dad to me. And they, you know, brought me up to expect to be treated a certain kind of way. But it seems like in the world we live in today, the younger generation is like, no, that's simping. No, you're not supposed to be acting that way. It's like, what? Wait a minute. That's not what my daddy told me. Both my dads, for that matter. But I don't know. Is that him? You haven't seen my cards lately, Josh. What are you talking about, baby? I mean, are you talking about my collective, my videos, baby? I've been working on my Patreon page. Hold on. Let me put these decks up. I gotta put them back in the spots before I lose them. Cold, hot, and I get chilly. Let me put this other deck up. Knock everything over. I go deep, Josh. What are you talking about, baby? The reason why maybe some of my videos haven't been there, baby, is because I'm working on my Patreon page. So I'm hoping to have it fully up and going by Monday. So a lot of my my general collectives and all that will probably be there. So the members will be able to watch them first. And I'm going to do some other different readings too. So I go deep. But even my personal readings are even deeper, baby. Yeah, Barbie, you do gotta have boundaries, honey. Hi, Ton. Hi, Tim. How you doing, baby? So, I told you I was working on the memberships. And, see, the page was supposed to have been up the 1st, Labor Day. But then they froze it because they had to verify my identity and something else. And then, so it's up there now. The links in the description box is also pinned comment. So it's a direct link to my Patreon page. I haven't posted anything there yet, but things will start being uploaded up there by Monday. I just got to make some more videos to put there. Hi, Lindsay. I'm beautiful. I'm gravy, honey. Thank you for asking. How you doing? You emailed me, Tim? Okay, baby. So, I'm working on all of it. Trying to. Because I'm hoping by, let's see, Tuesday, I'm hoping to do my first members only live stream. So, you probably won't see it unless you're a member. Well, I may come on for a little bit before. So not making any promises, but let's get it going. So what are y'all beautiful people up to? Don't y'all sleep? It's like 10 minutes to 4 in the morning for me. What time is it for y'all? I'm a night owl. I can't help it. And I did not get up on time, y'all, okay? That's the only reason why I'm late. Because I either forgot to set my alarm or I just turned it off and never turned it on. Ugh. I need a sip of my drink. 10 till 3, so you're an hour behind me, beautiful. Yeah, it's going on 4 o'clock for me. It's 10 to 4 for me. Oh, let me see. I didn't need that. I get so much spam. It makes no sense. It's like I unsubscribed to some of this crap and I still keep getting it. Tim, when did you send it to me, baby? If you send it to me today, I don't see it. If you're talking about the one you sent to me before, I did get it. I just haven't had a chance to get back to you yet, baby. Just now? Well, baby, I'm not seeing anything in my email. Let me check my spam. No. I don't see it, baby. I don't see an email. You may want to check. You make sure you send it to me, baby, because it's not here. Hi, Daily Best. You're experiencing some anxiety, but excited as well. Well, you know, I think we all get anxious, beautiful. What you excited about, though? What's going on with y'all? Hi, Ontario. How you doing? And of course, it's raining here. I was hoping to see the full moon. And I figured I wouldn't be able to see it because it's cloudy out. Yeah, it's morning here. It's almost 4 a.m. for me. Hi, Dee. How y'all doing? Here's all my beautiful people. Hi, Andrea. It's good to see you, beautiful. $3.49, you sent it? Baby, did you send it to my email? Because it's not here. Like, when I say it's not here, I'm looking at emails that were sent on September 5th. I'm not seeing anything here, baby. I don't know where you sent it to. It's not here. Refresh it. I got September 6th here, baby. Like, what am I supposed to refresh? Here, I'll do something real quick. Hold on. Let me turn this off. Turn it back on. Oh, thank you, Andrea. So are you, beautiful. My hair's a hot mess. I couldn't, because it was lightning again. Can't stand it. Hello, Jane. How you doing, honey? All right, let me turn this back on. Let me see if it'll turn back on. Wait a minute. Hi, Sunnyland. How you doing, beautiful? I was wondering if you would be around. Yeah, I came on late. Hey, I was sleeping good. I did get some good solid sleep, I'll say that. All right. Nope. I don't know where you sent it, Tim. It's not here. You had to type something wrong, baby, because I didn't get it. So what y'all beautiful people up to this Saturday morning? Everybody night owls like me? I'm a night person. Never been much of a morning person. I mean, I will get up in the morning if I have to, but I feel like I drag more in the morning. I just got adjusted to being up at night all these years between working and playing in pool tournaments or bowling in leagues. I got adjusted to being up late at night. Where am I? I'm in Georgia, in the United States. So it's 4 o'clock in the morning for me, baby. And of course, I think I woke up at like 11 p.m. No. Well, that's sweet of you, honey, to say. How you doing, Sunnyland? Did you fall asleep on me last night, girlfriend? Because I know you were here and then you disappeared. I know I was doing someone's paid reading. And I know I probably missed like half the chat while I was doing it. Because I was focused on the person I was reading for. Actually, I did 2 readings. Yeah. Okay. Now I got it, Tim. Same time in Sacramento. But you're in California, baby. It's 1 in the morning. If you're talking about Sacramento, California, it's 1 a.m., baby. I know, I'm a Cali girl. I am a Cali girl. I grew up in California. I was born there. But I haven't lived there in many, many years. Decades, I should say. So, it's 4 a.m. in Georgia. It's 1 a.m. in California. That's Pacific Standard Time. 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hey, Alejandro. How you doing, baby? I knew you'd be around, too. I love California, too, Barbie. But I haven't been home in years. I need to come home and visit. Most of my family's still there. But, last time I flew home was 2012. So, we're talking it's been 13 years since I've been home last. I do miss it. I do miss the ocean. I miss the food. And I do miss the people. Because it's so more of a melting pot than it is here in Georgia. Yes, the ocean. A beautiful ocean. Like, my favorite beach is Santa Monica. I love being at Santa Monica. Good morning, Sergeant Curtis. I know some of y'all be awake at this time. How you doing, baby? Yeah, I'm on. I came on late, baby, because I woke up late. I don't know if my alarm didn't go off or I turned it off by accident, but I did wake up late. I was sleeping good from the rain, and it's still raining, so. You love Malibu? Yeah, Malibu's beautiful too. See, I'll have to come home soon. It's just expensive just to fly home. It's expensive. Like if we're talking 13 years ago, I could get a ticket round trip for about what, $300 max. Yeah, we're talking like $700 now. That's crazy. Yeah, $700. It's crazy. It's more than doubled. It costs too much to fly home now. So I'd have to like plan it like 6 months in advance and hope I get a discount. And I probably would still end up paying close to that. All right, with the layover. You're right about that, because when I flew home, it was straight through, baby. I wasn't laying over anywhere. A straight through flight from Atlanta Hartsfield to either LAX or Ontario was about 4.5 hours. So I expect to be landing in 4.5 hours, okay? Maybe 5 if there's turbulent or, something, we didn't take off till a little bit late. I need to be off the plane after that. I gotta plan in advance. Yeah, I do, baby. I really need to come home. I miss it. I miss my family. I miss the people. I miss the food. I miss the beaches. The last time I came home, when I was at Santa Monica and I was walking the pier, there was even a guy on the pier, which I'm sure you probably know, Alejandro, um, doing little like paintings where it looks like it's on a postcard, but then he puts like a piece of glass over it to kind of like protect it. I got a few of those. They were like $5 a piece. And they were beautiful. And one of them looked like it was like the pier. Like I saw the Ferris wheel on it. But yeah. Give you the opportunity to know me. Well, Ontario, just by being here, you get to know me, baby. If you buy a membership to my Patreon, you'll get to know me even better. There are a lot of artsy people, you're right, Alejandro, and I do miss that. Oh, really, Sergeant Curtis? Oh, well, you didn't go with the right people, baby. I mean, I'll say this much. Being in California, it's different, baby, if you're used to people like me. Okay, California people, they're not as friendly. And I'll be honest, they aren't, okay? But you got to understand the environment, because it's so busy. And I think people are always afraid like someone's going to walk up on them and try and like, rob them, depending on what area you've been in. It's that kind of environment. But if you get a chance, like if you were to go like a restaurant and sit down, you should be able to break the ice with some people. You should. It is a vibe. Hi, Big Dad. Thank you, honey. AB, who you talking to? Why do you think I'm special, or why do I think I'm special? I never said I'm special. But you see, a lot of my subscribers will tell you I'm special. So, there you go. I'm special to the people that I matter to. How about that? So, wow. Oh, thank you, Sergeant Curtis. See? Well, thank you for thinking so, Big Bad. I appreciate you, babe. So, there you go. To the people I matter to, I'm special. I don't have to be special to everybody. I'm not trying to be. I don't have to be important to everybody. I don't expect to be. But to the ones that I matter to, they think I'm special. Just as they're special to me. Amen, Sunnyland. There's that too. Beautiful. You are right. You are special, Alejandro. What are you talking about, baby? You know you're special. You don't care I'm beautiful. Well, thank you. Oh, you too, Barbie. Don't ever let anybody dim your light, beautiful. Hey, Alejandro, you're the special kind of special, baby. Oh, and for my ladies, you know, I don't know, if you're single out there, Alejandro's single. He's a good-looking guy. And I know because I've talked to him on video chat. I've done readings for him. He's hot, ladies, just so you know. There you go, Alejandro. That it is, honey. Let's see. What deck? So here is. Well, it's true. You're hot, Alejandro. I told you. You're a good-looking guy. Yeah, he's a hot one, ladies. If you're single, Alejandro's single. See, I'm gonna try and make a love connection with somebody. Oh my goodness. Get y'all blushing now. Hey guys, you want me to know what you look like? Send me your pictures. I'll get you hooked up. I'll let the ladies know. Just don't send no private part pictures, okay? Those you don't want to send to me. Oh my goodness. Well, you know, Barbie, you can't have them all, right? Can't please them all. Now y'all gonna make me blush on here. I'm trying to hook y'all up. Cupid. Well, what's that song? Oh, what's it called? Or maybe that's the group. Yeah, it's 112, right? Called Cupid or something like that. That's like a 90s R&B song. Risky. I don't do individual zodiac readings. I do collective and then paid personal readings. Am I serious? Serious about what? Isn't it called Cupid? Sergeant Curtis? Oh, y'all gonna make me look it up now. I got part of it in my head. Let's see. Now I gotta look it up. Yeah, it's called Cupid, right? Of course, I can't play it because I'll get in trouble for copyright, but let's see. Isn't that it? Yep, there you go. But there's another one by 112. Maybe I'm not thinking of the right one. Oh my gosh. Because the other song I had in my head earlier was by Usher. Somebody had mentioned it earlier this morning when I was on this morning, or yesterday morning, I should say. Nice and Slow by Usher. But that's a sweet song from like the 90s. I used to know a lot of songs, and I don't ever get a chance to play them anymore because my CD case is in a box somewhere, and I gotta pull it out and connect my stereo again. So I gotta play my CDs. I got plenty of like 80s, 90s, and like the 2000s. I got a few from like the last decade, but I don't think I have nearly as many. But yeah. 7 o'clock on the dot. Yep. That's Usher. Nice and Slow. Peaches and Cream. Oh yeah. See? I love R&B and that type of R&B. You know, I love, the rock music from the 80s, whether it was, some of the heavy metal or the lighter rock or even the slower rock, and the R&B from then too. Hello, Matif Ali. You're from Pakistan? Well, welcome. I'm in the United States, baby. How y'all doing? Jagged Edge? Oh, honey, that's my other... Yeah, Jagged Edge. What's that song? Um, I used to blare it. I think it's called Let's Get Married. I love that song. I think that's it. Isn't that it? And the other one is Promise. Yep, Let's Get Married. I love that song. And Jodeci. Yeah, Jodeci's another good one. So maybe I got some good taste in music. I don't know. Y'all let me know. But, you know. Let's see. What else? Ouch. Yeah, you're a good looking guy, Tim. I like the beard. You are a good looking baby. Not bad. Ouch. So, God, there used to be some really good artists. I used to, if I had my CD case, I'd be able to pull them all out and tell you. What's some of the other ones? Hey, Mr. DJ. Yeah, what's one by Jodeci that I used to listen to a lot? Let me see. Oh, y'all gonna make me pull out some old music. It's not old, it's just good music. Even though I'm an 80s baby, but this some of the music I listened to when I was a teenager. Let's see. See, I gotta pull up its songs and then the lyrics. Is that one of them? What's one of the good songs, Sergeant Curtis, by Jodeci? You let me know, baby. You got me feeling. Forever My Lady, is that one of them? All My Life, I think, is a good one. Is that it? Crap. And I can't play it. I can't listen to it. That's Casey and JoJo. Well, they had it under Jodeci. That's weird. And you're right, that is Casey and JoJo. I Don't Want to Miss by a Thing by Aerosmith. That's a good song too. I love Aerosmith. Come and Talk to Me, Jodeci. Let's see. If I can type. Have I heard that one? I don't know. I probably have, but I can't play it. Yeah, I'm gonna give you some good songs I'm to go back and listen to. And then there was Usher. Usher always has good songs. There's one song that they used to blare at the pool hall all the time by Usher. Yeah, Crazy by Aerosmith. That's a good song. Another good song by Aerosmith is that song Angel. Isn't it called that? Isn't it called Angel? Crap. Yeah, I think it is. I used to hear that a lot. And I like Heart. That's an 80s band. Hi, Lance. I'm Gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Aerosmith is a good band. That's something that rock that would never be out of style. I don't care what anybody says. That's Aerosmith. And you know the concert I went to last year? Yeah, it was last year. I got to see them in concert. Aerosmith. In fact, I have their little bag I bought. That's right here. Oh, wait. No, actually, I can't show it to you because there's something underneath it. I got tickets last, well, it was the year before last because I bought them for Christmas for someone. It was Def Leppard, Aerosmith, and shoot, who are the other bands? There was like 4 of them there that had opened up, but Def Leppard was the main event. Wait. No, I confused it. My bad. It wasn't Aerosmith. I'm confusing it. It's Journey. Ugh. But that's another good band, Journey. Journey opened up for Def Leppard. So that's what I got to go to last year. So it was Journey, Def Leppard, the freak. I don't even know if I still have a copy of those tickets because they were electronic tickets. But I love Journey too. Journey's a great band. And I think Aerosmith was supposed to go on tour, but I don't remember what I heard happened. So I was waiting to see if they're going to go back on tour. Stone Temple Pilots. Yeah, I like them. Chicago's another good one. And, what else? Y'all making me think of some old music. Well, it's not old to me, but it's old from a lot of people. Yeah, that's some really good old R&B. Yeah, Ace of Base is a good band too. I've listened to them before. We are going backwards. Oh, baby, if we were going to go back, we could go way back to like the Everly Brothers that my dad used to play on his cassette tape in the car. Oh, Salt and Pepper. Yeah. TLC would be another one. Yes, Billie Holiday. That's some good music. Gets you in the mood kind of music. Make you fall in love kind of music. I even like Bryan Adams. I also saw Bryan Adams in concert. And believe it or not, he still sounded really good when I saw him. I got to see him in concert right before the pandemic. It was like the year before the pandemic, in fact. And he still sounded really good, considering his age. Everybody Wants to Rule the World. Yeah, Sean, that's a good song. What's this board in the back, Lance? This has all my prices on it, baby. And my email address for personal readings. For people who want a personal reading. Madonna, you know, I mean, if we were to go back, we can go back to like Madonna, Whitney Houston. I could pull up so many different bands or people, artists. Mariah Carey, Celine Dion. Hi, honey, how you doing? Billy Joel, I would have loved to have seen him. Motley Crue's another good one. Santana. Oh, I love Santana's song with that song called Smooth. Oh, crap. Now I gotta look it up. Santana. I got that CD too. Am I giving my age away yet? I love that song. featuring Rob Thomas. That's who it is. Oh, yeah. What else? See, I even like, something like the heavy metal, like with the, Def Leppard, but I also like Metallica and Black Sabbath. I even like a little bit of Linkin Park. I can listen to them. Yeah, Rush is good too. Yes, I was born in 1981. You didn't know that, Sean? I'm an 80s baby. I was born in 81. Run a mile. What are you talking about, Lance? Billy Joel's good, though. I can't think of any of his songs right off the top of my head. Rob Thomas. And what's Rob Thomas's band? Oh, LL Cool J? Oh, hell, yeah. I like LL Cool J, too. Yeah, I like some of Ozzy's songs. I went to his concert, too, actually. Ozfest of 99, in fact. I got to meet him. Uptown Girl. Yeah. Oh, I love In the End by Linkin Park. That's one of my songs by them. I do really like that song. I used to blare it because that band did they featured oh crap. Damn. Jay-Z. Did you know that? There's that song out there. Oh, I love that song, Piano Man. So yeah, I've been to a few different concerts over the years. And then I liked it when I got to go to, there used to be a big music festival they would have here in Atlanta during the summer called Music Midtown. I only got to go to it once. Or no, did I go back to it 2 years in a row? When was it? I might have gone... I know I went once. I might have gone a second time, but I haven't been able to go back to it since. Of course, it's changed a lot over the years. And they had, like, Alicia Keys there. And I believe Bruno Mars was there, too. I think he was. But they had, like, different bands up there. So they had, like, multiple stages set up. So... like there was like one stage that'd be for like all the country music, then another stage would be for like the rock, and then another stage for like the R&B and all that. So it was pretty cool. Yeah, Guns N' Roses, that's another good one. Hi, beloved Virgo. How you doing, sweetheart? So I got to watch that for a little bit. And there were some good rock bands there. I just can't think of who I was there that year I went, but it was pretty neat. And then, oh man, I'm getting so much different music. You know, a lot of my music is obviously my parents' influence. So you get in Daddy's car, and it was the rock, and then I'd see him playing like the invisible drums on the steering wheel, and then get in my mama's car, and it was the softer music. So, and the rest of it, it just came from me. You know, searching the airwaves for different music, because I love music. please contact me with my number. Good Morning Podcast. I don't know what you're talking about, Antero Diaz. Music is that universal language we all can understand. And I think that's the beauty of it, too. It's time for you to get up and do your best performance of One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo Nest. Yes, it does, Sergeant Curtis. It does send out its own beautiful frequency that I enjoy very much. It's like I said, if I could play music on here with y'all, I would do it, but I get in trouble, so I can't. Y'all would hear all kinds of different music. Depending on my mood, depends on what I listen to. You know, it's like, it's funny, because right now, it's like, I still got the, YouTube on my, other screen open. And they're playing REO Speedwagon. Play what music, Sergeant Curtis? You know, baby, there's some music out there that I don't think you would get in trouble. And I haven't looked into it yet. Where you wouldn't get copyright, but then there's some that are. I don't know. I haven't read it up yet. Keep on Loving You. That's a good one. I do love that song. Can't Fight This Feeling. That's what's playing on my screen right now. Beach House. What are you talking about, Alejandro? Is that a song, baby? Since we're over here talking about music. And I gotta use the bathroom. Gotta love it. Are we talking about which one, Alejandro? Oh, Antonio Diaz, I don't speak Spanish, honey. I only speak English, honey. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, beloved Virgo. That's rough, honey. I could play it on my Patreon, is what you're saying, Sergeant Curtis. It's like dreamy indie rock. I'll have to look it up, Alejandro. Because do you know what the name of the band is, Alejandro? How to fix some Spanish. What? I'm confused. But if it's like dreamy indie rock, I'm sure I'd probably like it, baby. Somewhere Tonight by Beach House. Okay, let me see. Oh, okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to save it, Alejandro. You love it, Virgo? It's alright, honey. It's a good thing I don't, I don't keep myself open up to spirit like that when I'm just out here chatting. It's only when I tap into people's energy when I do personal paid readings. So it helps to keep my energy secured and safe. You were born in 1988? Okay, Sean. So that means you're 37? Oh no, that's not right, Amanda. No, that's right. Hi, Emmanuel. How you doing, baby? Oh, it's good to see you too, honey. Hello, Antonio. Well, Emmanuel, baby, I probably haven't, you may not have seen any of my streams as much, but because I've been working on my memberships. So, I got the page up. I just haven't uploaded anything to it yet, but I'm going to over the weekend. So you probably won't see as much of me unless you buy a membership from the Patreon page. And Sergeant Curtis, I know I can do the StreamYard, and I haven't messed with that yet, baby. And I know I can invite people on there. I gotta pay for so much for it a month though, and there's something else to it. Oh yeah, Sean. Well, I mean, that's what music's supposed to do, baby. That's the whole point of it, right? It goes deep into our soul and it speaks to us, and it does give us those goosebumps or those chills. It takes us to a place, a time, even a person. That's the best kind of music. It just resonates. I think that's why I like writing poetry so much, even though I haven't really written in years, except for maybe one. Well, I wrote a few poems, but outside of those, I haven't written any other ones. Oh, well, that's sweet of you, Sergeant Curtis. Yeah, I know there's a free version, but do you know the free version? It's only allowed. What was it? 10? I think 10, 20 hours a month is all you're allowed. Well, baby, I burned that up in a week from streaming, but yeah, there is a free version. You're right. So I'll have to check it out because I'm still gonna use YouTube to do the memberships from. It's just that the link, it'll be private. So people won't be able to like click on it and watch it unless they get the link to be able to open it up, if that makes any sense. Until I get something else up and going eventually is the goal. But I appreciate you, Curtis, and I will look into it more, baby. I was going to try out StreamYard before until I saw that, and while everything, I was still building everything. It's like, no, I can't go out there and pay for another membership for something else just yet. Okay, Sergeant Curtis, that sounds like a plan, baby. I'll let you know. Thank you. That'll be sweet of you. Because I did have it downloaded. It's either on this or on that. It's probably on this. I'll have to look again. Because I did open up some of the social media accounts, but I don't post on them. They're just there because I didn't want someone coming in and trying to create a fake profile again, like they did with Facebook. So, if you search me up on Facebook, the person you're going to find isn't me, y'all. They tried using my picture from one of my videos, but it's not mine. You know, I like the song Game of Love by Carlos Santana. Yeah, I do. That's that song you like, Sean? Y'all talking my kind of music. 4:44 in the morning. What are you talking about, the Facebook, Sergeant Curtis? That one account I found. I reported it, but it's still up. That's why I just let y'all know. Don't go looking for me on any social media websites unless I share the link with y'all, because I don't want y'all getting scammed by someone trying to pretend like they're me when they're not. Yeah. Yeah, being 44. Hey, I'm proud to be 44. Yeah, because I mean, I do have a Facebook, but it's not under that. It's under TEAS. So, but I don't get on it. Like I don't have a chance to really look at it, to be honest. So, trance music. Yeah, some people get into what is that, like the like what some people think I do, the ASMR. Someone told me I should create an ASMR channel. That would be funny. Armin van Buuren. Why does that sound familiar? It sounds familiar. I don't know who it is. Nature radio. Yeah. Yes, Sergeant Curtis. I have heard that we should have an additional month because there should be another zodiac sign. But they don't count it. And I don't know why that is. That's true too, Alejandro. I don't know. Enter, I've never been to Santo Domingo. I've never been to the Dominican. the Roman Catholic Church. I think that's part of why I don't do. I mean, that's another reason why I don't do zodiac signs, because it's too complicated for so many reasons. And I'd rather y'all just go on energy than on what everybody says. This is what your sign says is going to happen. What does your energy say? That's how I look at things. But I gotta use the bathroom, y'all. Excuse me for a few minutes. I'll be back. Ew. Try and keep my cats out. I got Wolfie running around in my garage. I think he found himself a little girlfriend. And Toby's still trying to hiss at him, trying to guard his own food bowl. Like that cat's gonna run in the house and take it from him. Silly cats. Okay. Cosmic Evolver, you need a pizza? Oh, you ain't getting a pizza from me, honey. A General Mini? Is that what you sent me that money for, baby? Because I think I saw it. Yeah, I got it. Yes, Alejandro. A General Mini is what you want, baby. Okay. Oh. And it got cold. I need to put this other deck up. A General Mini. Well, baby. Or whatever wants to come out. Let the spirit decide this for you. Thank you, Sunnyland. Appreciate you being here with me, beautiful. Alright. Alejandro wants a mini general. Let me put my sweater on. And I'm going to put this one deck up, Alejandro. I feel like I need to grab a love deck for you, though, baby. One way or another, Alejandro, I'm going to find you a good woman, baby. Let's see. Oh, let me plug this love deck over here. This one for you. I just want to pull out. Still, it's getting in your way, babe. let's pull this. I know you said mini, and I'm doing a mini, okay? But I did pull out a couple other decks. 2 areas I feel like Spirit wants to talk to you about, baby. Oops. How's it going, Lena? Just don't knock your shelf over. Okay. Okay. Alejandro, and thank you for your donation, baby. I appreciate you so much. Alright. Spirit. What does Alejandro need to know right now? Let's get to the nitty-gritty of this. Show me. Give me present, Spirit, and then what's coming towards him. And then I'll use my oracle decks to kind of clarify what's going on with you, baby. Spirit, show me. Alright, Spirit, show me. 3 of Wands. Well, baby, you seem like you're still restricted. You're stalling. I got 3 of Wands, but I'm getting it in reverse, baby. Alright, Spirit. Just show me what's coming towards Alejandro. You gotta get out of that small mindset, baby. Is what Spirit just said with this 3 of Wands. You're not able to see things in front of you, baby. It's like, you know, either things are getting stalled, you feel restricted, like you're trapped. So I'm getting some of that stagnant, trapped energy. Or you're just not able to see the bigger picture, baby. You're thinking way too small for yourself. Spirit wants you to open up and see bigger, see more. See your abilities, capabilities, baby. Because there's so much more to you, baby. And you know, no, I'll message you later, Alejandro. I'm just gonna say something I'm not. Okay, Spirit, what's coming towards Alejandro? Show me. Well, you got Queen of Pentacles. Who's this Queen of Pentacles? Alejandro. I'm not getting maternal figure, so this isn't your mama. This is someone else. Someone you see as being very strong, ambitious, business savvy. They're very grounded, very nurturing, caring. So this feels like love. Someone has their eye on you, Alejandro. Queen of Pentacles. If the King of Pentacles comes out, then you know what that means, baby. Spirit, what else? I'm going to clarify. Make sure. In fact, Spirit, give me a card. Give me this other deck. Where is it? Clarify this Queen of Pentacles real quick. Before I say anything else, Spirit, thank you. Yeah, this is either an idea, baby, or someone you're going to be working with, or someone you see a potential connection with. But I still feel like you're a little guarded with them, or you're unsure. 3 of Wands. This is all about being excited about them. And here's the Queen of Pentacles, right here. You're excited when you think about them, or the possibility of this person. They're very caring, nurturing, organized. May even have some business savvy to them. They're a realist, but they're compassionate too. Who is this, Alejandro? Ooh. Alright, Spirit. What else coming towards Alejandro? Just overall, what else you need to hear? All right. Page of Swords. I know you got plenty of ideas, baby. But there's still this desire for more knowledge. You're seeking more knowledge. Look into others. You're probably doing some research. Making plans. This Page of Swords is someone who's more of a thinker. You haven't exactly put everything into action yet. You're just thinking things through. But you're being, you know, a little vigilant about it. You're still being a little curious, coming up with new creative ideas. This is also, you know, seeking more education, possibly, you know, taking some type of course. But I do see like a course of action. So you're still laying out some of the framework. But I get this energy. You're fixing to, Spirit just said lift off. So you're fixing to take those ideas, the knowledge you've obtained, and what comes later. Like you're fixing to make a move, which I get a good feeling from this. That feels more like your career. All right, Spirit. But I feel like I want to clarify this too, because I do. Spirit, just give me one clarifier, please. Clarify this Page of Swords. Something you're deeply curious about. Actually, Spirit said someone. Oh, but you're too guarded, baby. What are you guarded from? You still have like your defenses up, Alejandro. This page, or this Seven of Wands, you still have your guard up. You're kind of like watching everybody like, wait a minute, you know. Like people, you're either scared to approach someone or a group of people, or they're afraid to approach you. There's not like this line of fairness I'm getting. And this kind of actually feels tied. Actually, I know what this is. This feels like your family. And I think you know what family member I'm talking about, baby. This feels like your family. That you're really standing up your defenses. You're very guarded. And I feel like there is a good reason to be guarded still. I don't feel like you should lay down your swords just yet, we'll say. So, that's another thing. Alright, Spirit. What else is coming towards Alejandro? I feel like you need to like kind of watch how they move first before you even consider opening that door. I feel like they need to be cut off for a little bit longer. There's like a lesson that needs to be learned. A manner of respect, appreciation, and valuing you is what I'm getting. Alright, what else, Spirit? What else is coming towards Alejandro? Of course, you would throw out 2 cards for me. But guess what, Spirit? I'm going to try again. Give me 1 card. What else is coming towards Alejandro? Alright. 9 of Cups. Emotional fulfillment. Your dreams, your wishes coming true. There's happiness. Being fulfilled. I even have the Magician here with it. What is this involving, Spirit? Yeah, I'll pull this again. Show me. Hold on, Alejandro. 9 of Cups. Clarify, Spirit. What is this? Yeah, taking action. Making progress. Like, you know, the planning stages over here. Like, even though you're planning something, baby, and even though you're on guard, you're being guarded against some people, I feel like you're starting to kind of come into this awareness that there aren't, like, everybody's not going to hurt you. They're not going to, you know, take from you. Where you're going to find more satisfactory, more fulfillment with this Nine of Cups. And you're going to start taking more progress towards them and towards some of these ideas over here that you've been considering investing in, taking on more responsibility or meeting new people, even inviting someone new into your life that I get the feeling like you've been kind of hesitant about before. Like, I don't feel like you're as hesitant as you once used to be. And this is you working on that, trying to create that reality, coming into this, making moves towards it. So this Magician is you seeing these dreams coming to fruition, making all the time, energy, and effort, moving towards it, and building on it with this Magician. So there's a lot more for you to build on. Building relationships, I heard. Building even opportunities to grow in your career. But I even feel like some of this is related to like your hobbies, your personal interest. You're showing up as this King of Cups though. Open-hearted, emotionally mature, grounded, you know, wearing your heart on your sleeve. For the people who matter, who you've already kind of established a connection with or a relationship of some kind that has treated you well, that you know you don't have to be on guard for. And Spirit showing me you were still born to lead, baby. You know, when we talk about your, you know, what you want to do down the road, I still see that potential here for you. But I did pull out my money and career deck, and I did pull out my other love tarot oracle deck since that Queen of Pentacles came out. Let's see. Which one do I want to focus on first? Let's see, let's do this. Spirit. Alright, what's blocking Alejandro from making a move towards love? So who's this Queen of Pentacles, Alejandro? Who is she, baby? Who got your eye on, baby? I want all the juicy tea, baby. Don't make me go over there and pull out my other deck. The ones that would tell me what's on your mind, baby. Hi, Aussie girl. You don't have anything? Yeah, right. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, Alejandro. I think you know better, baby. Who are you talking to? You can't front with me, baby. I think you know that. She's inspiring. That's what Spirit just said. Who is she? Stop being bashful, Alejandro. Being shy, baby. Love block, Spirit. Let's block in Alejandro. I want to see. Maybe it's future. Maybe. If it's future, baby. I mean, I'd say within a week. But I think you're fronting. I think you're fronting, baby. That's what Spirit's telling me. I mean, you know. Listen. I pulled out my love block deck, baby. Just to see who this Queen of Pentacles is. I can't make it up, baby. Look, right underneath it. I kid you not. What does that say, baby? I mean, obviously, you're still dreaming about her. You're excited. This life partner, she's a Queen of Pentacles to you then, baby. Juicy. You're not fronting. That's what it is. Okay, baby. You know, baby, I won't push anymore. Okay? See, because I think I kind of already know, but I ain't saying nothing. Alright, what else, Spirit? What else is blocking Alejandro from meeting this Queen of Pentacles, or at least approaching her? Well, I guess someone... I guess because maybe you feel like they wouldn't treat you right. Like you're an accessory to them instead of being a serious potential is what I'm getting. So maybe you're not sure like they would take you seriously. That's what I'm picking up. There's just fear they wouldn't take you seriously. And then you not really want to put in the urgency of fear. Like they are not going to take you seriously is what I'm picking up. This Queen of Pentacles is what I'm being shown. But I don't feel like this person would play games with you. I'm not picking that up, baby. I think you're just afraid because I'm afraid. I feel like you're afraid. What I'm feeling is I feel like you're afraid they would treat you like the others from your past have. But I guess it all depends on what you really want to, baby. Because sometimes in life, you can't have both. You can only pick one thing, you know? Alright, Spirit. What else? Give me one more card real quick. Alright, thank you. Yeah, you feel like you might be looking at them. That's messed up. Like a bad habit. Maybe you feel like they might end up, I don't know, maybe they party too much. Or it's not so much party though. I get the energy, like you just feel like they wouldn't take you seriously. Is what I'm picking by this right here. That's what I feel. And I feel like because of that, to you would be like another bad habit, or you're just like another person like from my past. So then, and that makes you lack that urgency or desire to want to approach them and let them know how you feel. That's one way I'm looking at that. So you prefer to silently observe, like this card says. So you're just watching them, baby. Just observing, like you said, imagining what it could be instead of making your move. Hey, baby, I get it. I get it. No pressure, baby. Yeah, I see you grinning, Alejandro. I see you grinning, baby. You don't feel bad about it either? Imagining seeing things differently. Baby, then pursue her. Why not? Maybe it wasn't the right time for y'all. But maybe now it might be. You never know, baby. Has she reached out to you? Starting to see things differently. Well, baby, I mean, let's see. I'll do you a favor, baby. Let me grab my other deck. I knew I should have kept it over here. I'm curious now. Let's see. Because you brought that up, baby. Let's see. Oh, hell. Of course, one of my cards fell. Oh. Uh-oh. Let's see. Fix my freaking hair. See, that's why I don't like putting my hair up like this. Okay. Let's see. Let's find out, Alejandro. Okay, well, let's see. Spirit, can you show me real quickly? This Pisces that Alejandro keeps dreaming about. How does she feel? Let's see. Spirit, care to enlighten us, please. How does she feel? This one Pisces that Alejandro can't stop thinking about. Well, you might be right, baby. Says she wants to make amends. And look what else came out. She saved your text messages. So, Spirit saying she wants to make amends, baby. Oh, and she finds you hot, too. I find you so attractive. She definitely is attracted to you. Still. You still want something new? Well, baby, you know what I'll do? If she were to reach out to you, in fact, Alejandro, baby, I would tell you, like, start thinking it through. If she were to reach out to you and say, listen, I want to apologize for everything I did, what I said, what happened between us. I want to make amends. It may not be she wants to, like, exactly come back and hope that things pick up where y'all left them off at, but just to apologize, to ask for forgiveness. But no matter what her reasons would be, you know, it's like, start thinking it through. What would you say to her? Like, even write it down, baby, since you've been thinking about it and, you know, reevaluating everything. You love her unconditionally, no matter what. Are you sure? No, I'm messing with you, baby. You think it's too late? I don't know. Let me pull out my Love Tarot Oracle. Let's see. Is it too late for y'all? Before I get into your professional, because that's the other angle I was going for. From all these cards that came out. Spirit, show me. Is it too late? For Alejandro and this one Pisces, he can't stop thinking about. Show me. What's going to happen? If Alejandro reconnects with this one Pisces he can't stop thinking about. The one that wants to make amends. What would happen? Show me. Is she older than you, Alejandro? The Scorpio in you wants to come out. Yeah, I can see that too, baby. And y'all can be lethal at times. Alright, Spirit. Show me. Well, can you confirm that, Spirit? Like, I want to know. Let me shuffle this one more time. Can you confirm what card just came out? Because I don't want to say nothing. Could this relationship go somewhere, Spirit? The one Pisces that Alejandro can't stop thinking about. Let's try this one more time. If it comes out, then I know. Well, this one Pisces that Alejandro can't stop thinking about. They make amends. Will it work this time? Will it work this time, Spirit? Well, yeah, I mean, you say you probably wouldn't be as enthused about it. Spirit saying that you wouldn't be as enthused about it. Because it's kind of like you've already said. You've been working on yourself. Dark night of the soul. Like, I have the Three of Pentacles here, which is, you know, collaboration, working with someone. But I do get you at a distance. So, baby, maybe like a year down the road, you know, maybe it'll be different. Because I'm still wondering why Spirit's showing me like your life partner. But then, Spirit, is this that same person? Which, I don't have my other deck over here. I got one more deck I gotta grab. Let me grab this one. If this ain't her, then this is someone else. Queen of Pentacles, Spirit. This Queen of Pentacles, this Pisces that Alejandro can't stop thinking about. Show me. Is this the person that you met at work, Alejandro? Or is this the one that you met outside of work? Can't remember, baby. And I get that. I know, I remember us talking about she did cross the line, you're right. And I wouldn't accept her back either, baby. You know, it's... Well, damn, Spirit. Oh, my goodness. Spirit saying, why bother? What's done is done. What's gone is gone. Walk away and move on. No ugly words, no formal goodbyes, no revenge, just no more. That's what Spirit's saying right here. And the other one is, it's like the person who really loves you would never make you sacrifice your integrity and self-worth, baby. So, I feel like Spirit's clarifying that, like, the person that wouldn't sacrifice your integrity and self-worth isn't this one over here that they're telling you just don't even bother, which would be the old Pisces. Because like you said, you're not open to it. And because she's already, you know, the deal breakers, yeah, I mean, there's just some things that I can't overlook either. And you know what that one thing is. You cheat on me, it's bye-bye. There's no coming back. But then even the ones who walk away from me, You already make that decision. You don't get a second chance. So I agree with you on that, baby. So I feel like this Queen of Pentacles will be someone in your near future, though. I do feel near future, but oh, Spirit. I didn't pull up. No, it's right here. I'll just use this one. Is this someone that Alejandro already knows? Spirit. Or is this someone he hasn't met yet? Back and forth. And I get that too, baby. I think, especially when we get lonely, baby, I think we tend to think of like, damn, if I had just given that person another chance, what if I'd been more forgiving? But then you end up sacrificing yourself and your worth, and that's not good. So, but I think sometimes she might be trying to send a message to you, hoping you'd pick up her messages and reach out, even if it is just to apologize. But I think there's probably still something in there that Spirit's like trying to remind you, like you're not supposed to go back. You're supposed to look ahead. That was just a lesson for you to grow and be better for the future. Alright, Spirit, is this someone he's supposed to meet? Is this someone he knows now? Just give me one card. Is this Queen of Pentacles someone Alejandro already knows? I just want to know. Spirit saying yes. This Queen of Pentacles is someone you already know, baby. Let me try and cover her up, because since I'll get in trouble because of nudity, whatever. But here's the Star card, and this is yes. Okay, so this is someone you already know. So I don't know who she is, baby, but it's someone you already know. It's Queen of Pentacles, but it's not the Pisces. It's someone else. And feels a little spicy, baby. Feels a little spicy. You don't know. But baby, you've been getting out more, haven't you? I mean, I'll confirm. Spirit, give me 2 more. Can you confirm that this is someone Alejandro already knows? Well, okay. Can I get one more, please? Yes or no? Yeah. I got 2 yeses, baby. It's someone you already know. I got 2 yeses and 1 no. So the Star card was 1 yes, the Judgment's the other yes, the Moon is the no. So it's someone you already know. Could it be a Capricorn you met around springtime? I mean, I can ask. Spirit. And you know what, baby? Because I usually pull out 5 cards, but here, do it this way. Spirit. Is this Queen of Pentacles, the Capricorn that's Alejandro met back in the spring? It's the Queen of Pentacles, the Capricorn Alejandro met back in the spring. Show me. this Queen of Pentacles? Capricorn that Alejandro met in the spring. Let's see. There's 2. If I get one more yes, then it's a definite yes. Is this Queen of Pentacles, the Capricorn that Alejandro met in the spring? Yes. I got 3 yeses, baby. I didn't even pull a no card. They're all yeses. They're all yeses. Okay? So... you gonna reach out to her now? Baby, are you still in contact with her? Do I need to do a whole reading on her and you? I'm curious about this Capricorn, Alejandro. You've been holding back on me, baby. You want to hear something crazy though, Alejandro? I believe she probably got Pisces in her birth chart. She lives in Kentucky. Oh, the one you met at the beach. Well, baby, you able to reach out to her? Can you, like, look up her Facebook or anything like that? And see, or maybe she'll pop back up there again. It makes me think of that song, Alejandro, by, who's that, Lady Gaga? Yes, Capricorns are cool. And she would help balance you, baby, because of you being a, being the Virgo. You have her number. Try it, baby. I encourage you. See? I think you've done a lot of work on yourself, baby. And you know, she's 47. What does not age got to do with it, baby? Come on now, Alejandro. What's age got to do with anything, baby? It's maturity, right? So now I know who you're talking about. You did let me know a little bit. I mean, reach out, say hi. You're saying that objectively? Okay, baby, well, yeah, she might live at a distance, but you know, baby, that's never stopped love before. Do you know that I had 2 boyfriends I met online? Did you know that? I had a long distance relationship with them. One of them lived over an hour away from me. Well, it was about an hour. But the other one lived like 2.5 hours. Then I did have the one boyfriend in California who, you know, I did get engaged to, but it ended before we could even get married. He lived in California and I was here. We had a long-term relationship, you know, and I was in love with him, genuinely in love with him. It's just that, you know, there was an age difference between us too, okay? Um, he was older, but it was more so on my end that I couldn't let go of the guard I had up, you can say, because I still had my responsibilities here with my mama. You know, she was still alive. So I'm talking about back in my late teens. But, you know, you never know. Things could have been different. You know, had the situations been different for me. Hi, Fred. You never know, Alejandro. You know, distance shouldn't separate love. It shouldn't. It really shouldn't. And I think more and more people should take a risk. No matter, you know, I understand some people might have certain needs. Okay, that I get. And I don't have to go into what those are, y'all. Y'all are adults. But aside from that, just having that connection. Because when you think about a long distance relationship, I mean, technology's changed to where back when I was in a long distance relationship, it was strictly phone calls. And they didn't have smartphones yet. So it was just like beepers and pagers. God. And dial up. But I can't tell you how much time I spent on the phone talking to him. I'd give up going out with my friends just so I can talk to my man. And I did. And I'd stay up all hours of the night and talk to him. You know, I made time for him just as much as he made time for me. And then, you know, we would send each other gifts because, you know, that time we could not be together. So Christmas, I sent him a gift. In fact, I sent him a diamond ring. Okay. So, and he sent me something too. And then like Valentine's Day and birthdays, you know, that kind of thing. But I did fly out there. So we spent like, what, 2 weeks together, I think. So, and it was hot and heavy, baby. I was in love with him. So, don't allow distance to be what keeps you from having someone. Because you never know. That might be who your soulmate is. You know, Alejandro, you just never know, baby. So, open the door, baby. See what happens with her. And then, you know, I can always read up on it again. I mean, you know, let me see. In fact, here, let's see what this Capricorn feels real quickly. And then I'll pull a couple of cards for your career and money. Spirit, can you show me? For Alejandro, what does this Capricorn think of Alejandro? Would I do long distance again if I had the chance? Yes, baby. I would. I would. I'm open to it, baby. You know, I know it'd be hard, but yeah. For the reasons because I don't know, maybe I'm different, okay? You know, and I know not everybody's gonna agree with me on this, but you know, if you take away the physical touching, right? What's there? The only thing you got there is like your friendship, and that should be the foundation of what a romantic relationship is built upon. That friendship first. So all you have is communication with each other by phone. by text, by email. But even now with technology today, you can even video chat. So you can still see each other, you know, on video. No, you're not next to each other, can touch each other 24/7, but you can still have that eye contact. It's just a matter of you're going to make time. And then start thinking, okay, well, if we give this long distance relationship a shot, what does that mean? Like, do we put like a limit? Okay, within like 2 years, one of us is gonna make the move. Are you gonna move here to me, or am I gonna move there to you? For us to honestly be together and see what it's like. But in the middle, at least make time to come visit each other at least once a year, twice a year, or however way y'all can work it. But yeah, baby, I would. I'd be more than happy to be open to it again. I'm not afraid of it, you know, because I understand that my soulmate, my true love, may not be anywhere around me right now. They might be in another state, possibly in another country for all I know. But if I only close myself off to the people who I can physically reach out to, especially if I've been doing it for a while, and nobody, you know, I'm not getting that attraction, I'm not building anything with anyone long term, it's time to try something else. You know, baby, it's like I always say to y'all, you know, the whole, you know, definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Sure, new people can move to your area and that can change things. But in the meantime, why? Why, you know, if you've been doing it for a while and nothing's happened, time to do something else, baby. Just do not close yourself off to it. So that's why I would give it a chance. Alejandro, you never know, baby. Love's always worth the wait. Love's always worth that fight, too, to find out. So, all right, let me see what this Capricorn feels for you, baby, real quick. I want to see. All right. For Alejandro, what is this Capricorn feeling? This Capricorn. In Alejandro's energy. What's she feeling? Well, I mean, I can't make that up because that just came out, but you don't know how hard it was to let you go, baby. And I want you. So I feel like it was hard for her to leave. So see what happens, Alejandro. Y'all might have some spicy chemistry. I mean, I'm sure y'all can use it. Oh, goodness. No, I ain't gonna even say that. Because then I'm gonna have everybody on here blush you. Y'all can use y'all's imagination, we'll just say that. So, that's the love department right now, baby. Now, I just want to see about your career, Alejandro. Let's see what else you gotta move. What you gotta move or do. So, and other people who came in, welcome. I'm doing a paid reading right now. I'm not ignoring you. Just know that I'm trying to stay in touch with one person's energy who paid me. Just so y'all know. Okay. Alright. Spirit for Alejandro. Show me. Money and career. What does he need to focus on? What is he missing? Okay. And it feels like it got warm in here again. Of course, I got my sweater on. Spirit, Alejandro, for money and career. What does he need to know? Well, Spirit's saying there's something that you're having to deal with that's a life lesson right now. I got the legal card, but I don't feel like this is tied to legal matters. And you're juggling. And I feel like a lot of this, Alejandro, feels to me like it has to do with some of the things you have shared before, baby. Where you're juggling right now, whether to take on more patience. Are you ready to take on more patience? Or should you just kind of keep things where they are? And maybe give it like another month before you even consider opening yourself up to taking on more. I feel like that's where you're at right now. Which... yeah, I didn't pull out my money block. If I can see it. Ooh. Where's my money block deck? Because I know I put it in a different place. So, one more spirit for Alejandro. What else does he need to hear when it comes to money and career? It might feel like you're having some setbacks right now, baby. But Spirit, at the bottom of this, you're in your own solitude too. Thinking things out, thinking things through. I feel like this solitude right now, baby, is for you to learn those lessons. And for you to see what's ahead of you. Without feeling like you're forcing something or feeling like you're juggling. Is the energy I get. I feel like, baby, you're going to know when you're ready to take on more patience. Are you looking at taking on more than just one? Or are you just gradually moving yourself into it again just to fill it out? I'm looking for... of course, I can't see. Crap. Hold on. Ouch. I thought I put it over there. Where did I put it? Is this it? Yeah, this is it. I was looking at the right one. I thought I had it confused with a different deck. Gradual. I feel like that's smart, baby, because I feel like you're going to have more options. That perfectionism. But you have a huge heart, too. So, let's see. Spirit. What blocks are getting in his way when it comes to money and career? This is more of a money block deck, but we're talking about the same thing. He's a nurse, Sunnyland. I mean, that makes sense right there, because you've been giving too much of yourself, which is the reason for the solitude. This is what's getting in your way. You burned yourself out, but I know you already know this, baby, because we've talked about this before with the solitude. And it's kind of created these setbacks. But like I said, baby, I feel like there's more growth here. You know, you given so much of yourself in the past. I feel like those were some of the lessons you had to learn, to not give so much to people who aren't, you know, as deserving, or, you know, give gratitude to you for the extra you give. Because Spirit's saying there's nothing wrong with being helpful. The problem comes when you overgive and then people take advantage of it. So that's another thing you got to be careful with. And in your job, baby, it's so easy to do that, because I don't think nurses get enough credit. I really do not feel like they get enough credit for what y'all do. Because sometimes y'all go above beyond. It's not just the physical, the medical, it's the emotional and the mental that comes with it. And that's when y'all get burned out. Especially when y'all get close to y'all's patients. And it runs into that problem. So I get why, you know, sometimes y'all gotta, you know, pull back. Or, you know, as you know, I often will hear people say, well, you know, you were taught in school to not get emotionally attached. Okay, well, unless you're just a cold-hearted SOB, how can you not get emotionally attached to a patient, you know, that you've been caring for? Just someone explain that to me. Yes, and to them, it does apply to your family too. You do. And I know you know that, baby. It doesn't mean that you can't overgive. Just be mindful who you give it to, you know. Like, baby, I appreciate you being, you know, here with me and all you do for me, baby. And, you know, I can't thank you enough for your generosity and your kindness to me, baby. You know, and I hope you know that. But I understand, you know, like your family, they don't appreciate that about you. And it's really sad. It's crappy. Because, baby, if I lived in California, I'll tell you what, baby, you could move in with me if I lived over there. So if I come home, there you go, Alejandro. Come stay at my house. But we'll have to wait and see what the future holds. Because, like I said, you know it's scary right now too. I'll share that with you after. Let me pull a couple angel cards. And I'll tell you what I was fixing to say. Because it kind of has me worried now. Because I don't want to postpone my plans. But I might have to. And that kind of worries me. But we shall see. Let's see. Which angel deck, Spirit? Because I don't want to pull from that one. If I could reach my other angel decks. And excuse my squeaky chair. I don't feel like I've pulled from this yet. I don't think I have. If I have, I only pulled from it once. I'll pull that. Then I will pull one from this. And this. Way to go, Amanda. Knock over your decks, why don't you? Too funny. Alright, baby. You clean, cook? Hey, baby. You're talking my language. That's what I like. Alright. I can just imagine, baby, you would fatten me up, too. Oh, it definitely is. You're right about that, Sonny Lou. It's like I said, my daddy raised the bar for me because my daddy worked and he cooked and he also cleaned. Like, and it's not that my mama didn't do any of that. She did, but they did it as a team. But my daddy did most of the cooking. And he helped out here and there when he could with the cleaning. And then until she got sick, then he had to take more of it on. But you're right, it is rare. Our spirit. Can I get one angel message for Alejandro? Please. This is my angel vibrational deck. I hadn't used it yet, so we're gonna see. Absolutely, Sunnyland. And it was. You could see how much my daddy loved my mama. You know, it just, that's why I said it's like, it's to the guys that are here, I'm not, you know, do not think I'm talking down about y'all, because I'm not. Just understand, my daddy raised the bar for me. He had high expectations for the guy who would come and scoop me up and take me away from him. So, because he would do all those things, but he was the romantic guy too. He was very macho, masculine, but when it came to my mama, he melted in my mama's hands. So, I got to watch that, the beauty of their love. That's why even when she died, after she passed away, he didn't go out there. It took him like 3 years, I think, before he would actually go out on a date with someone. Because he still had time. He needed to really get over her. But I know he always, you know, it's not that he stopped loving my mama, which I knew that. But he deserved to have someone else in his life too, which he did eventually get married. He remarried. In fact, he met his wife, my stepmother, online. So you see, online love does work, just so y'all know. You're back for a moment. Well, welcome back, Sergeant. All right, Alejandro. And this is a pretty card, too. Humility. It brings you closer to heaven than being on top of the world. So, this feels like heaven to me, baby. But you know, it says here, the angels could not have expressed any better how important it is currently to humbly put oneself into service. The world needs everyone who is willing to engage lovingly in life. These days, it is easier to be successful than to speak openly. Humility is a gift. Humility is a gift which makes it easy for the angels to choose us for the luminous deeds we have. And I know you're very much this person, Alejandro. You know, when I pulled this card and I saw the name on it, yeah, this really speaks to me about you, baby. This is truly you. Like, I couldn't have picked a better card than this one, baby. For one of the angel cards. And then I did pull the couple other decks that I have. I want this one. A couple last messages. Spirit. Just my butterfly effect. Alejandro, for you, baby. Spirit. Just give me one of each. One card, Spirit, for Alejandro. Thank you. Have a leap of faith. I keep telling you that, baby, but you're not listening. No, I know you listen to me, Alejandro. Hold on. All right, Spirit. One card from here. And that's it. Let's see. Show me, Spirit. For Alejandro, please. And then once I'm done, I'll tell you what I was going to say. Actually, I have a couple of things I want to say, actually, to you, Alejandro. But, you know, all of y'all will hear it. All right, Alejandro, leap of faith, baby. That's the card that came out, leap of faith. Deep down, you'll know the key to creating the life of your dreams. It's on the other side of fear. It won't be easy to take a leap into the unknown, but just remember the universe will catch you. Have a leap of faith. Because Spirit wants to remind you that you have all you need to be victorious in this life, to stand strong. Because the other angel card I have is the spiritual warfare. And it says, remember that you have all you need to stand strong in this life and have victory over the battlefields of your mind, heart, and soul. And this is true too, baby, because I know sometimes you can't overthink things. So, I feel like you are more prepared than ever. And that's what I got for you, baby. So I hope that helps you, Alejandro. I hope those messages resonate with you, baby. And it helps you. And thank you for trusting me, getting a read for you. And, okay, and what else I was going to share? To me, when it comes down to those connections, like when you think of like the couple of boyfriends I've met online, and they turned into long-term relationships. They didn't last, but they were monogamous relationships, right? And then, you know, the long-distance ones, especially, it's like, it gave me a chance to get to know that person, just like it gave that person a chance to get to know me. You know, aside from the physical and having to be able to see them or touch them, but really that friendship, you know, that bonding period, you get to know each other even better and understand each other. You get to fall in love with each other for the right reasons, not focus so much on things that really shouldn't be nearly as important. You know, what are your values? What are your morals? What are your beliefs? What are your long-term goals, short-term? You know, what do you see in a mate? You know, do you align? You know, do y'all have the same interests? Different interests? Can, you know, and if there's, you know, opposites, can those opposites complement each other? What are your weaknesses? What are your strengths? And then the other person, can you build on each other? That's why I think having those long distance relationships, I think they really do make a difference. And if you want to even talk about online dating, it's like I've met a couple, but even my daddy, you know, after my mama died, like I said, he did go through. He got remarried and he met my stepmother online on one of those dating apps. He's the only one I know, though, that did meet someone and marry, but it does happen. So don't just limit yourself to it. I feel like that's very important because you get to really know that person on a deeper level. And friendship is important. You gotta be friends, you know? It's like, to me, being in a romantic relationship, you know, it's not just about being lovers and partners, but it's also about having your best friend. It's just that you get to go to sleep every night with your best friend beside you if you are, you know, living together. or if that's the goal. And that's how you got to look at it. You know, because the person you're choosing to be committed to should be your best friend. They should be your cheerleader, just like you should be their cheerleader. And build each other up and hold each other. The same thing, you build up each other, you also hold each other accountable when you mess up or this or that. So that's why I think it can be something long term that can build. And that's just my experience. But like I said, I think the challenges though, and this is probably what I think people fear, is because of the distance. They are afraid, but what if there's anyone else out there that they're talking to that I don't know about? There's always going to be that risk. That's true, okay? And not everybody is you can trust on that level, but that's what, you know, you take your time with that person, get to know them, and then make time to see each other. Like I said, like maybe it's every 6 months, maybe it's every 4 months, whatever it is. Talk it through though, and make sure y'all understand each other. You know, because I understand for some people it's not going to work for everybody, because for some people what matters more, it's the physical affection they miss. And that's why they say they can't do long distance. Okay, I get it. But you see, like I said, I'm different. I need that mental and that emotional intimacy. The physical intimacy will come later. Give me the mental and emotional, you know, because it's like I say, you know, you can't undress a person's clothes before you undress their soul. You got to undress their soul first before you can do the rest. So get to the inside of them. Get to know them and every facet of them, both the good, the bad, and everything in between. Do y'all get along? You know, do y'all see eye to eye? You know, what are those issues? You know, if y'all end up, you know, having a fight, are you going to hang up on each other and then walk away and not pick up the phone and apologize? Like, what's that dynamic? Because if you can't do that from a distance, then why would coming together under the same house change that? Some might have a different experience, a different opinion about that. But to me, it makes no sense. You know, I'm not saying there's going to be those outliers out there, but I'm just saying that's where you get to work out some of those differences, though, because you really have to force yourself to talk to each other to keep that connection going, because you are missing the physical. So it comes down to the mental and the emotional. And that should be where all, you know, the foundation is built upon. So that's how I see it. And yeah, it's scary. It's scary. I'm not saying it's not. Beautiful people. But it's worth the risk to me. And love's always worth the risk. I don't want to just close myself off just to someone I could see in front of me and reach out and touch. I want more than that. So does that make sense, Alejandro? Especially, you know, if you've allowed your relationship to solely be based off of physical attraction, or even that physical touch and intimacy. This takes all of that away to where you have to really focus on the other aspects of what makes a relationship work. So, in that essence, Alejandro, I think it might work in that way, because you won't get a chance to really, you know. So it would have to be focused more on the mental and the emotional and even the spiritual. So that's why I see it can work. If both people are dedicated to it and willing to work on it and make the effort, it can work. Your first relationship was long distance. And what happened? What, could you not make it work, Alejandro? Did the distance really, you know, destroy it to where y'all couldn't see each other in person? And there's always going to be that fear. But baby, I want you to think about something. If that's one of your fears, didn't somebody who lives close to you, who wasn't long distance, didn't they also do that to you, baby? So you see, it doesn't matter whether someone lives within 30 minutes, an hour of you, where you can, you know, get to see each other, you know, regularly, to someone being across country. It comes down to that person. That person doesn't have the values, the morals to stay committed, or at least at the minimum have enough respect for you to not go and do something dirty like that without saying, listen, you know, we try to give this a chance, but I kind of want to, you know, date other people, so can we like see other people kind of thing, you know? 22, 26, Manzi. I only do paid readings on here. Hello, Yosh. Please remove blocks from your love life. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, baby. What do you mean about removing blocks from your love life? You gotta pay in US, baby. My readings here. I mean, there's this board, but it's done in US. And anything that's done through Super Chat is double, baby. So, if you want any readings from me, you would have to send it to either my PayPal or my Zelle or Venmo. Those are the only options. Let me put these decks up. Yeah, that's my money deck. I'll leave that one there. So something tells me. Put that up. Oh my goodness, ouch. Well, let's see. Let me see some, baby. Okay. Dang it, there goes my bladder again. Crap. Hold on, I gotta use the bathroom again. Yash, what's not working? Yes, Sunnyland, that's correct. What y'all don't understand, YouTube takes half the money y'all give through Super Chat, Super Sticker. So, that's why I always tell y'all to do it either through Venmo, Zelle, or PayPal. Otherwise, y'all have to pay double through the Super Chat or Super Sticker. That's why that is there. And that's why I only have those 2 links listed in the pinned comment in the chat. If y'all look at the pinned comment, I only have, I think even maybe only my Zelle is listed there. But I do have a PayPal, but that's in the description box. But I also have it on this board. If you read this board carefully at the bottom, it says pay only through PayPal, Zelle, and Venmo. Ouch. Oh, I guess it's probably because, you know, I have to hang it up somewhere. Some of the lettering blocks it from the chat. I can't move my thing yet. Of course, I didn't turn the lights on it either. I'll have to do something. Well, how can I post that in it? I don't think I can. And I get it's not always easy to see, but I guess that's why people should read the pinned comment, because that's what I understand. As soon as you enter my stream, that pinned comment at the top of the chat will depend on where you're viewing me from. If you're viewing me from a mobile device, it should show up at the top. But if you're on a desktop or laptop, it might be at the bottom. But it appears as soon as you come into the stream. But people, for whatever reason, ignore it and don't read it. Or you see my name highlighted in yellow on the stream in the chat, like mine is right now. At the bottom, you can see my name highlighted in yellow. And it has the info there. But that's only part of it. So, Alejandro. You know, baby, I would give it, like, I would try reaching out to her and just ask her, what's she thinking? You know, I mean, just even if you have to, just say it's like, you know, you've crossed my mind. You know, how you doing? You know, I enjoyed our time together when you were here, when we met on the beach. You know, have I crossed your mind? You know, where's your head at? I mean, even start out building a friendship with her, Alejandro. And see, you never know. It can always build from there, baby. You'd be surprised. Yeah, because I did have the PayPal link in there before, and I removed it to add the Patreon link in there. So that's my bad. Um, oh, let me see. I have to look at it again. The PayPal would be the easiest if somebody just wanted to click on the link. But I leave the Zelle and Venmo there as the other option. Let me look at it. I gotta pull it up on this. Hold on. I gotta stand up. Alright. Let me see. So, because I was trying to do the stream to kind of let people know about the Patreon too. But I figured somebody was going to want a reading, which Spirit was right, because that's what they told me. So, let me see. And that's funny because even my stream is lagging. Let me see. Yeah, I only put up the Patreon. Alright, here. If y'all were to click on the description box, it would pull up my PayPal too, but here. I'll post it in here real quick. There's the PayPal. Sunnyland, you see it in the chat. So there's the option. It's either that PayPal link or if you have Zelle or Venmo. Because the link that's in the pinned comment is my Patreon webpage, which is for my memberships that I'm getting ready to start. You can do that, baby. Yeah, just start it out, baby, as a friendship. Don't open it up and have any expectation, you know? You never know. She might, you know, surprise you, baby. And then it might even open you up to, you know, other people. You just never know, baby. Build those friendships. I feel like it would surprise a lot of people. I mean, you're having to do that with others, right? Whether they're living next to you or they're living across country. If there's other people you talk to, long distance, you have a relationship with them. It's just not romantic, but you got a friendship at the minimum, friendship or professional, one or the other. So, kind of same thing, baby. So you'll have to let me know how that works out, Alejandro, because I'd be curious to know, baby. See what she says. You know, and I feel like you would probably find out. It's like I told you before, Alejandro. Most guys, and baby, you know, I think you know me well enough to not take what I say to you personally. Others might, who don't know me, probably will. So let me say that again. Do not take what I say personally. But from my experience, being now that I'm 44 years old, when I was in my 20s, I was not interested in guys my own age. And it was because there was a maturity gap between us. And it almost seems like because I had a lot more happen in my life when I was younger in my teens with my mother getting sick and such, that made me grow that much more. You know, my maturity level grew even more. To where people, you know, who would come across me would be surprised to hear that I was only in my early 20s or whatever, because they all would say that I had the maturity and I presented myself as someone being in their 30s. That's where they saw my maturity level. So understand me, you take someone in their, you know, say 20, 21, having the maturity of someone 30, well, you're looking for someone older than. You're looking for someone to match that maturity level. So I always resorted to dating people older than me. Not just by a couple years, but by several years older. Because those are the ones that I found who were on my wavelength. So with you, Alejandro, it's a little different, baby, because I feel like you are more mature than most for your age, baby. And that's a compliment to you. To where, like I'm saying, and generally speaking, baby, I would never ever consider dating people younger than me unless they were like in their 30s. If you want to compare my age, then okay. I might be able to take on someone who's in their 30s, but, being younger than me since I'm 44. But if we were to go back to, my mid 20s, was I looking to date someone who was, 19, 20, 21, 22? No, because majority of them weren't mature. And that created that clash. And I didn't want to take on the responsibility of having to be like the mother hen will say. That's not a good dynamic, if that makes sense. So I feel like for many, there is that to take into consideration. You've even thought about putting it back up. Baby, do that. Test the waters again and see. You never know. But what I would say to you, Alejandro, and I'll say this to everyone, because I think more of this is true now than it was back some years ago. If you are looking to date online, I would, no matter if you're man or woman, okay? I don't care, man or woman. If you do come across someone that catches your eye, that you want to connect with, before you go in so deep with them, make sure you get them on the phone. You talk to them, you hear their voice, right? But also, more than that, make sure you get them on video chat where you can talk to them face to face before you go deep. Because unfortunately, I have seen a lot of people there's those scams out there too. So just be mindful of that. There is that risk. So I'm telling you to get on video chat with them, verify they are who they say they are, okay? And if they refuse and they want to give you excuses, cut them off. Then no, that's not what you're looking for. You want someone who's serious, who isn't going to be afraid to not just talk to you, but also get on video chat with you to where y'all can talk to each other eye to eye on camera, okay? And that's true, baby. I'm just saying see, the downside of what I say when I say about that mental and emotional connection, work and focus on that, you still want to know what that person looks like, right? Okay? So I'm not saying, ignore their physical attributes, okay? You still need to know you're talking to a real person, right? So just make sure you get them on video chat at least once. And then most of the time, okay, maybe y'all don't have the time to talk to each other on video chat, okay? But either it's through text or email, and that builds that relationship, that friendship, if that makes any sense. Sunnyland's right. She got to pass our test too, baby. You'd have to send her to me. Let me check her out for you, baby. Let me find out if she's good for you or not. The cutoff for you is 95. The year they were born is 95. Yeah, I can understand that. So, but you see, like me now, that I'm, 44, I'd be more open to dating someone in their 30s. Would I go way below 30? No, I won't. I still won't go there. They'd have to be like in their mid 30s before I'd even consider it. Just for me, that would be the limit. But I think, even for me, that's even pushing it. And it's just that unless they've already made that decision, they don't want a family, or they already got kids of their own, and even that brings in its own dynamic of, you know, responsibilities and such. It just varies. So, depends on how you look at it, baby. But yeah, it's all about that maturity, the emotional connection, and their maturity level. Because you can't be in a relationship with someone who acts like a child, you know. That's not going to ever work. Because then you find yourself in that parental-child relationship. Y'all are supposed to be up here together beside each other, but it ends up being like this. That's not good. So. Hi, Letho. Thank you. That's sweet of you, honey. Okay. I just want to be sure, Alejandro, that you make sure you know who you're talking to, baby. Because I don't want anybody to get scammed by anybody like that. So, which is why I like, you know, like I tell y'all, when I do my private one-on-one readings, I do it on video chat. Y'all still get to talk to me like this. It's just, it's me and you, though. There's nobody else watching. Like Alejandro can tell you about that. He's done one with me, so he knows how it works. Yeah, she's a doctor. A brain doctor at that. Yeah, that's impressive. She got an impressive resume, I'll say. He meant 95 years old. Oh my gosh, Alejandro. Now you're really messing with me, baby. No, we're not going for no women that are already in the grave, okay? Even I won't do that, baby. Come on now. Baby, that would be pushing it. Like, come on now. Let's. How old are you again, Alejandro? I mean, people, it depends on who you ask, but they say it's like that 10-year mark. You don't want to go past that. I mean, to each their own. I've gone past it. Like, listen, not so much past, but I have. So. No, Alejandro, I was thinking that you were just going to get with her because you thought she'd be a good roll in the hay. You make me laugh, baby. I'm curious. She's in Kentucky. Don't make me put out a search party for you, Alejandro. Okay, if you disappear on me, baby, I do got your number. And you know, the other thing that's good about that too, Alejandro, because y'all both are in the medical field. There's a lot y'all can talk about. There is that connection in itself. It's not saying that someone who doesn't have any medical degree can't talk, but I'm just saying it helps, you know. Like, I got the medical knowledge just because of caring for my mama and my dad and that. But that's still different. Oh, I know Alejandro will keep us posted. Especially me. He'll hit me up one day. Amanda, I need a private reading. So what's the gravy? What's the gravy, my beautiful people? What y'all got planned for y'all Saturday? You know, the sun's coming out here soon. It's 6:45. Crap. Of course, I don't think it's going to be sunny out today. Oh. You know, I'm just wondering what YouTube would have to say about that. Let's see. There we go. Hi, Debbie. How you doing? Good morning. You know, I was just thinking about you, DM. Hi, baby. How you doing? Yeah, I got on late again. I woke up late. That's what it is. Good morning. I did get your message. I hope everything went well for you, baby. I already hear the cards. I'm surprised. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. It's Saturday. Some people still gotta work. People already starting to wake up. Y'all might hear the roosters crowing here soon. I understand that too, Alejandro. You're supposed to have fun with your partner. That's what it's about too, baby. Having fun, experiencing life with. The one that's going to be there through the good and the bad and everything in between. Did they, baby? You know, it was crazy over here too last night when I woke up because I must not have set my alarm or I turned it off in my sleep, whichever one, because I used my, phone. And when I woke up, it was raining, and then here's the lightning. So I'm wondering if maybe the lightning actually woke me up. Oh, I didn't take any pictures, Sunnyland. Did you take any pictures, DM? Lightning is beautiful. See, I'm that crazy person. When I was a kid, I would go out and ride my bicycle, my 10-speed, in the rain, even with the lightning. I did do that. I was crazy. And also an idiot, you could say. I wasn't worried about being struck by lightning back then. Yeah, it's always beautiful to watch the lightning. Watch the energy dance around. But I didn't get to watch it, so I saw a little bit through the crack of my window in the bedroom. And then I hear Toby whining because I think he's scared of the lightning. So how long you gonna be in Nevada, baby? You have to head back in 5 hours. Thanks. And you gotta work today, Alejandro. Well, what time you gotta work, Alejandro? In 5 hours. Oh, it's 10 minutes to 4 right now for you, right? Yeah, it's 3:50. That must be when checkout is. Yeah, I know, baby. I know you want to meet someone that lives close to you. It makes sense, baby. Hey, I ain't upset with you for wanting someone right there. Someone you can snuggle up to. I get it. Hey, all I can say is, listen, I ain't snuggled up to somebody in many years. So, I get it, baby. I truly do. Even my other cats are waking up now. Hear them jumping and bouncing around in the other room. Besides, you want someone you want to do fun stuff with. What else are you looking for, Alejandro? I know you want someone that you can be in a serious relationship with and look at marriage. And in the future, possibly having a family with. What else does this girl have to have for you, Alejandro? In case there's any ladies here who might be interested. Yeah, it looks like it's completely cloudy out there. Hello, Karen Davis. Well, thank you. That's sweet of you to say. You're feeling cold and hungry? I'm sorry, baby. Well, if I was there to help keep you warm, but, you know. Hungry? Yeah, I'm hungry too, baby. I haven't eaten yet. But you should try to rest your body before you gotta drive again. So, what is it, Alejandro, this woman gotta have for you, baby? You want an adrenaline junkie or what? I mean, oh, Alejandro, what am I gonna do with you, baby? Gotta find you that right woman. Yep, it's all cloudy. Ugh. It's still all cloudy and rainy. Yes, of course, if it aligns, well, I mean, no. Oh, y'all are funny. Hi, Tim. Teddy's watching you, Alejandro. You never know. Maybe Teddy will take you out on a date. Oh, y'all are so funny. Y'all make me laugh. Okay, I read something just now about Usher. What was that? Oops. You think Teddy might be the best option for you, huh? Oh, well. You never know, Alejandro. I don't know, his girlfriend over here might get jealous. Oh, I wanted to tell y'all, because I didn't get to finish my other thought at the end of Alejandro's reading. It's like I was watching another video, and it was talking about how more people were having problems with selling their houses. And it was even talking about how, like, something's going to have to give here soon. Which had me kind of, like, cringing. The possibility of my house losing value, but like that bubble is gonna break here soon. It's either gonna end up being where people right now, because of the interest rates being so high as they are and have been, that they're either gonna have to start giving people even longer banknotes, which means instead of only the maximum you can finance a house for is 30 years. You can get a 30 years fixed mortgage. But they're even talking about that someone mentioned they'd have to go like 40 to 50 years in order for people to be able to afford houses, because the list price of them is too high for most to afford, which is true. Or people are going to have to come down on the value and list their houses for a lot less, which a lot of people are refusing to do, because like someone's talking about how they've had their house listed on the market for like the past 3-4 months and it's just sitting. And they were saying like they got one offer and they accepted the offer, but when it came down to the gritty details in order to close the deal, like the buyers were demanding a new roof and something else, and because the seller wasn't willing to give, they walked away from the deal. So now they had to take their house off the market, and they're talking about putting it back up there again. But I guess a lot of people are having trouble selling their houses now. So and then there's others who are having to walk away from their homes altogether because either the type of loan they got, the interest rate has jumped up, or it's their property taxes or insurance that went up to where they can't afford it now. So they're saying that bubble's gonna bust here soon. Y'all are so funny. Furries. What are y'all talking about, furries? So, because I know my neighborhood, they still haven't sold all the houses in my neighborhood yet. There's the one next door to me, and I think there's 3, possibly 4, over there in the cul-de-sac that still haven't been sold yet. Oh, Teddy's always thinking. He's always back there planning something. Teddy's always up to no good. Adventurous, kind, compassionate, loyal, honest, funny, silly, devoted. Yeah. What pretty much everybody else is looking for. Oh, my spirit guide is so funny. So, I put a year on me to do a couple of things, but gosh, it has me worried now. Oh, now there's trying to be some light that comes in my window. I gotta keep it to myself. Oh my goodness. Very weird trends. Well, what's the trend, Alejandro? Fill me in, baby. Cause you know I don't keep up with all them trends. I mean I can't even keep up with the lingo y'all use nowadays. Excuse me. Well, you gonna be shy, Alejandro, not share? Man. I always forget to turn those notifications off. Okay, spirit. No, Alejandro must be being quiet. You talking about people dressing up in like, what, like furry outfits? Is that what you're talking about, Alejandro? He's trying to figure out how to explain furries. I mean, that is pretty odd. I did hear about that somewhere, but that was like a year ago. It's almost like a form of cosplay. I think it's like what it's supposed to be, and that almost be like the whole men wanting to wear diapers and be treated like a baby type of, that kind of thing. It's like, nope, I'm not playing that cosplay role with you. I tell you, go back home to your mama. It is odd. Some of it's very odd and strange. But I guess some people have their, fetishes. They got to keep it interesting, we'll say. Have I seen the 6-7 trend that the middle schoolers are doing? No, I haven't, baby. What is that? Okay, now you're gonna make me really use my brain here, Alejandro. Alejandro, I think you're gonna have to explain that a little more in detail, baby. There used to be a saying about 68, so pretty much they respond with 66 to 7 or 6-7 after everything. Yeah, okay, baby, that's pretty weird. I guess I'm gonna have to watch a video on that, huh? To explain it to me in more detail. It's pretty mindless. That's why I said I'm like, hey, unless that has something to do with like the 68 to 69 kind of thing, I'm clueless, baby. I'll have to watch it. I'll have to watch whatever these kids are doing. They're always up to something. Always coming up with something. um, have y'all seen how guys out there are buying blow up dolls that they are able to like dress themselves? And they even put makeup on them, and even some of them can like talk to you like a robot and have a conversation with you. And there was even a guy over there in Asia somewhere, I think it was, even was gonna marry his doll. It's like, what? I can't. I don't know how that equates to like physical connection, but whatever. I need the real thing, and that's all I'm gonna say. Where can you get one of those? Oh, baby, there's a website out there, Alejandro. It's expensive, but you can get one. You can order it the way you want it too. I mean, I watched, what was that? It was a show. It was Taboo. I think it was one of them. But there was another one they had showed it on, which was Vice. That were talking about it. It's like, what? I'm like, no. Nope, nope, not me. That wouldn't be me. So you can even get them ordered with special parts. You can even I don't even know why I'm telling y'all this. You can even specify the sizes of those parts, and that's all I'm gonna say. So, no. Yeah, really, pull the string, and it's like, what? Like, I can't, I just, nope, I can't. um, One of my other mods knows exactly what I was talking about, too. But it's a large screw. Well, Alejandro, you would have to be missing some screws, baby, to spend some money on like a blow up doll. And that's all I'm gonna say on a robot. Like, no, that's quite all right. About what I should do with Alejandro. Oh, Alejandro. Daddy is kind of watching y'all, isn't he? So y'all can see my window a little bit. Teddy is watching y'all. That's pretty funny. Too funny. You going to name what? Your blow up doll Roberto? Oh, come on now, Alejandro. You know, I mean, listen, I don't know if anybody who has one. All I'm gonna say is it's one of those videos I watched. They were talking about like that feels like the real thing, and I'm trying to make sense of that, but okay. He's plotting. Yeah, I'm sure he's plotting. He just winked at you too, Alejandro. That's my protector. That's my bodyguard. Your blow up is an airhead. uh, I mean, I could crack a joke about that, and I won't. I won't. Do you use a bicycle pump? Oh my goodness. I'll be right back, y'all. Oh, y'all are too funny. Y'all are bad. You silly cuties. You silly cats. No, Alejandro, I can give away one of my kitties to you. See, I can give you a, oh, I can't even say that. I was gonna say something, I can't. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. That would be too dirty. So tempting though. So tempting. So tempting. Yes, Alejandro, you know, I was talking about my cats. It's like, yeah, I found you a, I can't. I got plenty of pussycats for you. I just put it that way, baby. I'm so bad. So bad. Oh my goodness, is it my bedtime already? Of course, you know. You knew what I was gonna say, baby. Hello, Crystal Roberts. What gifts do I have? I mean, sweetheart, what are you asking? If you want to know about my gifts, it's in the description box, sweetheart. You can find out all about me. So, of course. I mean, you hear them running around over there, Alejandro. Hello, Elicity Junkers. How you doing? I'm sure there are, Alejandro. I'm sure you got a black book full of them too, huh, baby? Aw, you're sweet. You're sweet, Alice City. Thank you, honey. Y'all trying to butter me up? Oh, hello. Good morning, Carrie. How you doing, sweetheart? Well, you know, Alejandro, I thought I'd offer, baby. I mean, if you're already talking about getting you like a blow-up doll called Roberta, I mean... I'm just saying, baby. You know. Can't help it. You know I gotta be silly with y'all. I mean, y'all end up, you know, just taking it to a whole new level is all. I mean, some of you already know me well enough. It's like, I'm not shy. I just know there's certain things I shouldn't say out here, but, you know, y'all know I wasn't brave shy, we'll just say that. It's like my parents were very open. Gosh. They ruined it for me and my brother. Oh, I love to laugh, Carrie. You know, I try and laugh with y'all as much as I can. It's just sometimes I have to be serious, especially when I'm doing a personal paid reading. But to the ones that I read for often, like Alejandro, you know, I can crack up with him. So it helps a lot. That's right. We do business and we laugh too. That's right, Sunnyland. Absolutely beautiful. Odell, do I hear things? When you say hear things, specify what you mean. Clarify for me, please. I hear things. What, do I hear spirits speak? Is that what you're asking me? Do I hear the dead talk to me? I do like this deck. Yeah. Oh, they do carry. You know, beautiful, I've only had my channel a little over a year. And I'm absolutely surprised in a good way. It really has surprised me a lot because I never wanted to be on social media. Never ever wanted. But my spirit guides had something else in mind for me, so they told me pretty much that I was supposed to be on here to help people. And they told me to create this channel, and I laughed at them and told them they were crazy. Who in the heck wants to listen to me? I'm nobody. But they told me to give it a shot. They even named my channel. I said, okay. I don't expect anything to happen with it, but, you know, what did I have to lose? And here I am. In just a little over a year, I've grown to have over 7,000 subscribers. I never expected that. Never thought that would happen. Good morning, Chief. How you doing, baby? I thought about you the other night. I'm like, you know, I know one of the person who would look for me is you, baby. Good morning. It's good to see you, baby. Yeah, I came on late. I didn't get on until 3 this morning? I think it was 3. So, you're just waking up? Okay. Well, I'm glad you got to wake up to see me, baby. I didn't wake up till late. I would have sworn I set my alarm, but either I set it and I turn it off in my sleep, or I didn't set it, so. Oh, well, thank you, Carrie. Yeah, they definitely surprised me because I was not expecting it. I really thought that I even had it. My expectations were so low. Like, I'm like, yeah, I probably won't even make 1,000 subscribers in a year. Yeah, to my surprise, they proved me wrong. So, but I'm happy. You know, I wasn't. Well, I'm not gonna say I wasn't always comfortable with my gifts. It took me some time. Took my grandma having to tell me that psychics runs in our family, and knowing that I'd already started experiencing things when I was 6, 7 years old, but I didn't speak about it back then because I was always afraid if I spoke up about it that everybody was going to think I was crazy and want to put me in a psychiatric hospital. So it wasn't until I was with my maternal grandmother one day at home, and I saw a bright white spirit orb go shooting across the room right in front of me. And yeah, and I just spoke out loud, and my grandma heard me. And that's when she filled me in to sum up that story. But I still didn't believe her. It took me another year before I would really kind of like be like, okay, Grams isn't crazy after all. So, it's always a treat to catch you too, Chief. You know, baby, I told you I was going to work on my memberships. So, I did get the Patreon page up. I don't have anything posted on it yet. That's what I was going to work on this weekend. And I'll have everything started posted on it on Monday. So I'm hoping Tuesday is when I'll do my first members only live stream. I'll do it that night if I get enough members in there. So that's the goal. Odell Farm, do I see what you're saying? You're not making any sense to me, Odell. You know, I'll put it to you this way, Odell. You know, some people like to come and try and test me. And I just don't fall for that. I'm not one that has to prove my abilities to people. You know, if you either believe me or you don't. I'm not here to convince anyone. You know, I can respectfully respect people who don't believe in me. That's cool. You know, just be respectful and say, okay, well, I don't believe you. That's fine. Okay? I don't expect this whole world to believe me because I know a lot of people don't. But I also have this understanding that there's a lot of people out there who have had experiences like I do. But they won't speak up about them because for the same reason I was scared when I was a kid to not speak about it because I was afraid of being classified as being crazy and needing to go to a psychiatric hospital. But I knew differently. Even though I didn't know at that young 6, 7-year-old age that I was, that's what it was. But I knew what I saw and heard was real. So for the people that who are spiritually awakened like me, who've had their own experiences like me, know I'm real. They know someone like me exists because they exist. Now, whether they'll come out in the open and admit it is completely different. But it's like, you know, I always say to people, the people who are meant to find me, they will find me. The ones who aren't, they might come across me, but they'll keep scrolling or, you know, whatever. And that's okay too. I don't have to convince people. I just don't. So, but what I can tell you, Odell, the many people who have watched me and the many people who have gotten readings from me will tell you I'm the real deal. They'll stand behind it. There's several of them in here right now who can tell you I'm the real deal. But you see, Odell, it depends on what you classify as even someone, you know, if we want to play the, you know, the word game here of what a psychic is. Let's see. People always think of a psychic as being someone who only talks to dead people. And yes, they are psychic, but that's not the only type of psychic. And what people fail to understand is there is pretty much over 80 different types of psychic abilities. So when you think of someone who's psychic, and the way I'll phrase this is all mediums are psychics, but not all psychics are mediums. What's a medium? A medium is a psychic ability. That is someone who can't speak and see dead people. It's not the only ability out there. You have people who are precognitive, which is someone who can foresee or foreknow the future. They know what's going to happen before it happens. Or someone who can smell scents, what people refer to as phantom scents. So you get just, you know, smell perfume, like what happened to me, in fact, last night. I was streaming. For some of the people who were here last night, they can tell you, I smelled perfume. It came, and just as quickly as it came, it was gone. But that was a spirit here letting me know they were here, okay? So that's a form of psychic ability. Even people can taste something. Like they just, think of like apple pie for an example. You have this taste in your mouth like you just bit into a piece of apple pie, but you're not eating. It's not that you're eating anything. You're not eating nothing, but you taste apple pie. That's another form of psychic ability. Being able to feel the energy in the room. You ever been in a room by yourself and you know you're by yourself, but you get this feeling you're not alone, like someone's in the room with you, watching you? That's a form of psychic ability. That's someone who can feel the energy in the environment, the frequency. Or you get someone who can know your emotions without you ever speaking a word of what you're feeling. Like if I were to step in a room with you, I would know what you're feeling without you having to say anything. Or even the most common one, which people throw it because it's not what a lot of people think it is, telepathy. People always say it's being able to read other people's thoughts. Like someone is like literally scanning your brain, wanting to know what you're thinking. That's not the way it works. Telepathy is very real, but people misunderstand exactly what it is. So when you think of telepathy, you have to think of someone being able to have a thought like you, and you just put it out in the universe, okay? So it's out in the open, but only other telepaths like you can pick up your thoughts. It's not them coming in and trying to scan your brain. So I have that ability too as well. So understand me, there's different types of psychics. So you can't put all psychics into the same category and expect every single psychic to be able to do exactly the same things. That's not the way it works. Some psychics only have one gift. Others have more than one. So it just depends. I hope that makes sense to y'all. I try and, it's real. Well, I mean, I'm glad you know that, Odell. For others who may not know, I just try and make sure they understand. Exactly, Carrie. There is so much of that goes on too, honey. You know, I really think one of the reasons why, you know, because I was lucky. I was one of the lucky ones to come from a family who was open about those type of gifts, with my maternal grandmother. So I got to be able to experience it and not be looked at as being crazy, right? So my grandmother knew. She knew, when I said I felt something or I heard something or I saw something or knew something before it happened, she knew not, that I'm not crazy. She knew to listen to me. Because I'll share a story with y'all. I've shared it here, times before, but for those of y'all who are new, I'll share a crazy wild story. My mother got diagnosed with emphysema when I was 14, so she was very sick. I think I was, 17, almost 18 years old, something like that. No, I was 18. I'm getting ready to turn 19. And, the doctors only gave her 2 years to live without a lung transplant, but she ended up beating the odds, right? So, one of the times we ended up rushing her to the hospital because she couldn't breathe. And, the doctors evaluated her and put her on life support. And while we were waiting for the doctors to evaluate her and set her up, put her on, life support, me, my daddy, and my grandma, we were outside in the parking lot of the hospital, and we were just talking. And my daddy, just out of the blue, asked my grandma a question. And his exact words were, how much longer does Peggy have to live? Peggy being my mama. And my grandma answered him. And she said she didn't know. That was up to my mama to decide. And without thinking, without anything, I spit out 6 months. 6 months is all she has left to live. And understand me, I was not ever thinking about my mama was going to die or when she was going to die. I knew it would come, but did I like say, oh, well, it's going to happen in so much time? No. Because I was the one that was always taking care of her and saying she's going to outlive what the doctors had ever said she would and so forth. So, you know, my grandma and my daddy kind of looked at me crazy. Even I was crazy because I'm like, where in the hell did that come from? Because I just spit it out. And it felt like as if someone had stepped into my body and spoke for me. You know, that's the best way I can describe it. So, you know, we're all shocked, you know, and we just kind of talked a little bit more. And then a couple hours later, the doctors, you know, we go in and talk to the doctors and they come out and they look at us and they're like, you know, they felt it was time. They said, it's time for y'all to seriously consider putting her in hospice care. And the doctors had said, listen, we would never ever suggest such a thing unless a person has 6 months or less to live. What did I just say 2 hours before out in the parking lot? I said the exact same thing. You can't make that up. And naturally, we're all there, like, looking at each other like shocked. It's like, that's what I said just hours earlier. So we all knew then, okay? Now, unfortunately, we're being forced to have to look at this time frame of 6 months or less. But still, for me, I'm like, no, I have to be wrong. No, she can't die in 6 months. No, I won't accept this. You know, because I was getting ready to be 19 and I was, you know, she did die eventually. And she did die in that 6th month, which was on Thanksgiving. You know, how do you make sense of that? Me knowing something months before it happens. You know, where did that come from? You know, it's like, you know, my grandma knew I was, you know, I was right, but naturally she didn't want to believe, you know, that it could be actually that. But you can't argue when the medical says it's going to happen and then I say it hours earlier. So, and it did. It turned out. So, you know, it's things like that you can't ignore. So it just depends on how you look at it. You like my hairstyle? Well, thank you. I don't have a name for it, honey. I mean, I just put up my hair in a ponytail. Instead of having it back here, I put it up here. This is my real hair. So, I just wear it up like this every now and then because I don't like my hair just pulled back in a ponytail behind my head. So, I like my hair on the side of my face sometimes. But it's wild. So, that's one of those times, you know, I knew the future before it happened. And then, you know, you get those people out there who are like, but I thought we have free will. You know, don't we get to decide what happens to us? Yes, we do. But you got to understand that you also were a spirit or a soul, whichever term you want to use, before you incarnate into this life, into this world. And there are certain contracts you made. You know, you agree to come into this life, experience these certain things. And part of that is some of those major events in our life. So when you think of before you incarnated into this life, let's just say you know, have your soulmate up there and y'all agree, okay, we're going to find each other at this time and we're going to get married and we're only going to have one child. You know, that's what it's going to be. And no matter how much you try to change it, you'll only have one natural child. Because that was written already. Now, could you break that contract? Yeah, if you want to have a long talk up there and tell them why you want more children, yeah, it can be. But usually it's not, because there's a lesson in it of why you're only going to decide to have one child instead of 4 or 8, you know? It's something like that, so. How do I handle going through it? By myself? What do you mean, going through it? What, having my abilities? I'm not going through it by myself, though. You know, when I was a teenager, like I said, you know, I didn't come and really come to accept my abilities until I was about 15 years old. Okay? And that's because I had a precognitive experience that forced me to have to say my grandma's not crazy. But was I aware and open to all my abilities back then? No. Because I didn't realize I was a telepath until I was 17, 18 years old. And then even like the sense, I didn't start experiencing that until my late teens. So I gradually my soul woken to those different abilities. But at 6, 7 years old, was I able to see spirit orbs? Yes. Was I able to see a rare full-blown apparition of a spirit, aka ghost? Yes. Was I able to hear someone call my name who wasn't physically in the room with me, like a ghost? Yes. But did it happen often? No. The spirit orbs now did. I would see spirit orbs every single day, multiple times a day. But back then, I only saw them in 2 colors. I only saw them in white or gold. Those were the only colors I saw them in. To where it wasn't until I got into my early 20s, I started seeing them in multiple colors. To where I see them in every color of the rainbow now. Blue, purple, pink, red, green, orange, even like a metallic silver or even brown and black. So I see them in every color. And I see them in different sizes too. And I have seen different shapes, but that came later. Do I have dreams? Yeah. To where spirits will come visit me, or I'll even have a precognitive dream instead of being, you know, fully awake, to where I get warned of something that's going to happen later on. That has happened to me too. But it was a, you know, you can call it a growing pain where I had to kind of gradually open up to it and accept it. So, you know, it's like the analogy I use to people, you know, and it sounds funny, but it's very serious. You know, I always say to people, you know, people always want, you know, to have my abilities. And like, well, you know, how can I be like you? See, I didn't get to decide this. Um, I literally went to sleep one night and woke up the next day and had these different abilities that just came out of nowhere. I didn't, it's not like I went and started, you know, doing witchcraft or anything like that, which I've never done. Um, it's not like I, you know, went to any type of like class, doing like yoga or meditation, which is one way you can open the door to it. I didn't do anything like that. I literally went to bed one night and the next morning I woke up and had these gifts. I just had to, you know, kind of go through them and get to know them and understand them and get grounded with them, feel them out, have some experiences with them to where I could fully understand and comprehend what was going on, you know, to fully appreciate it and to be able to use it and apply it to help others. So for me, it was different. So what's my abilities, I have several. I'm clairvoyant. Clairvoyant is someone who can see physical things that aren't there for everyone else to see. Spirit orbs, a ghost, things like that. I'm also clairaudient, which is the ability to hear. Hear spirits speak. The ghosts speak. Clairsentient, the ability to feel the energy around me, the frequency, the vibration. Like you think of a spirit, a ghost, they put out a certain frequency that I can feel. Like I said, again, it would be like you're in a room by yourself, like y'all see me. I'm in this office by myself. But can I feel someone here? Yes. I'll pick up that frequency where I know I'm not alone. Okay? Maybe I don't see them or hear them, but I feel them, that sensation. Or the scent, called phantom sense. That's what it's best known for. If you're a Google it, phantom sense. The ability to smell something that has no source. So, like last night, smelling, that floral perfume. I don't wear floral perfume. My lotion is vanilla. There's nothing in this office that's floral. But as I was sitting here last night, which would be like Thursday night into Friday, I got a whiff of floral perfume. It came, and once I got 2 breaths of it in, the 3rd breath I took in, it was gone. It was here and it was gone. An empath, which is the ability to feel other people's emotions like it's their own. Like, let's just say an example would be like, let's just say you got your heart broken by your, partner. And I walk into the room where you're standing in, and we haven't spoke a word to each other, but yet I can feel your emotions. I know you just got your heart broken because I can feel it. Because I feel it like my own heart is breaking. Like I just had my heart broken. The precognitive, which is foreknowing the future before it happens. Or foreseeing it. People always say predict. That's the wrong word. I'm not predicting anything. I get shown or I get told the future before it happens. And then claircognizance is better known as intuition. I just know things. How I know? I just know. Can't explain to you how I know, but I know things that I shouldn't know. Like there's no way I should possibly know, but I know. What am I missing? The telepathy, like I said, which is not reading thoughts, but I could pick up your own thoughts. If you put them out in the universe, I can usually pick them up. And I don't have to be next to you either to pick them up. Your dreams come to reality. Well, that's known as precognitive dreaming. That's what that is. Well, it's nice seeing you, Carrie. Take care of yourself, honey. No, baby, I haven't seen him in a couple of days. I've been meaning to reach out to him. Yeah, you might have precognition. And that's a scary gift to have, honey. Because I know for some people, especially for me, I used to look at it as a curse. I looked at it more of a curse than a blessing. Just because most of the times I always got warnings of people who are going to die before it happens. And I couldn't change it. There was nothing I could do about it. And, and it's always those people that say, well, wouldn't you try and save them? But what if you can't do anything? Like, think of my mother suffering with emphysema. There was nothing I could do to change the outcome of her dying. It was going to happen because her lungs were failing. So, it just depends on what that is, too. But I do understand it. Yes, Tim, I do. And it drains me. That's known as an empath, baby. Empath or clairsentient, depends. Is it emotions or is it just like, oh, how do I put this into, to make you understand? I guess it can almost be confused because they can cross into each other. They're different, but they're very similar, so it's confusing. But yeah, I do. Because it's like, if I don't have my shield up, and I get, like, we'll just use an example. Let's just say I walked into um, the mall, okay? And you think of walking into the mall, everybody's there to have fun, to hang out. You know, for the most part, people are in a good mood, right? Because they're there, obviously, to shop, spend money, to buy something to make themselves happy, or buy a gift for someone, right? So let's just say I walk into the mall, feeling all happy, which this did happen to me when I found out I was an empath. Um, I can then come across someone in a store and them just walk by me and let's just say they're angry, they're upset. And suddenly I went from being all happy to suddenly, with just like a switch, I'm all angry and I can't understand why. It's because a person that just walked by me, I picked up their emotions and it switched me. And it's draining, which is also why when I do personal readings, I get drained, depending on the person I'm reading for. But yeah, I do experience that often. I think we all hate waiting, baby. I'm sorry to hear that, Tim. I hate to hear that, baby. Cancer is the one disease that I wish we all could find a cure for. I'll keep your aunt in my thoughts and prayers, baby. It's not easy. Well, that's interesting, Chalky. That's pretty much precognition. It all falls into that. Well, baby, make sure you spend as much time with her as you can. Because you don't know when tomorrow's going to come. And that's a hard thing. You don't want to have any regrets, baby. You know, Chief, I think that's true for many of us in general. Like, I know when I go out in public, I have to be very careful about, certain people I'm around. It's not as draining if the people who are around you, if they're happy, okay, you can get energized by that. But it's the people who are, you think that are like sad, depressed, or the ones who are just, just overall not happy. They're pessimistic, that type of energy. That can drain you a lot. And I've come in contact with that because I have people, close to me in my circle who can drain me very quickly. And there's, no fault of their own, except for them trying to work on themselves to come out of that sadness, depression. But we all catch the blues, right? But there's some who feel it all the time, and it's, a mental disorder, condition, illness, whatever label you want to put on it. But yeah, I do get it. So it's them that I can't be around very long. And if I am, it drains me to the point that, like I said, 1 minute I could be fully energized. And then the next minute I feel fatigue. Like I need to lay down and take a nap. And I'll start yawning real heavily too from it because of them. And so I kind of have to excuse myself and say, well, I'm sorry. I wish I could stay longer, but I got to get going now. And I get up and leave. So, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why, come to think of it now, it's probably one of the reasons why I may not have people typically at my house, because I can't just get up and excuse myself. I don't want to be rude and tell people it's like, okay, I'm ready for bed. You got to get out kind of thing. But if I meet them out somewhere or if I stop at their house, I can get up and leave at any time. So I try and do that. But I do get that, baby. I understand that. And it's hard. Um, in fact, like when I went to that concert last year, you know, I had to sleep for a couple days after the concert because it did drain me because I was around a huge crowd of people, right? Because the concert took place at the baseball stadium. It wasn't completely packed, but we'll just say it was 3/4 packed. So more than enough people to drain me, whose energy I end up coming in connection and contact with. So I had to sleep for the next couple days. It took me a couple days to wake up from it, but it was worth going to the concert though. I don't regret that. I just gotta, remind myself of that I know not to plan or schedule anything for the next couple days, that I'm gonna need to sleep because it will drain me. But yeah, I do understand. Well, all you can do, honey, is keep track of it. Write it down. So that way, if it happens, you got a record of it. And just start trusting yourself. Don't ignore it. That's what I would tell you. Because I know many people will go through and they'll get like told something and they feel something like this is going to happen or that's going to happen. So it could be both a mix of precognition and just your intuition just telling you. But not everybody listens. It takes some time where they need like a journal, a record that shows them, well, I said this was going to happen at this time or this date, and then it comes true, and it's like, wait a minute. So you do it enough, that's where you trust yourself more. So for most, it's like they get scared of it. Even some might hesitate to kind of like tell others what they're picking up, just because they don't want to come across like as being crazy to someone else. But if you have a book, like a journal, showing it's like, well, I said this would happen, okay? I wrote it down on this date at this time, and here it is, a week later. Let's just say it happens a week later. See? Let me show you. I predicted this would happen a week ago. And if, whether it's for you or just to prove to someone else, at least you have a record of it. I didn't necessarily have to do that. Because it doesn't happen as often, where I know exactly the future, but when it happens, I take notice of it. I know, Chief, it's either that or, he's just mad because Mommy locked him up in the basement. He probably needs to go clean up that Cheeto dust he left on his dresser and his computer screen. Oh, Chief, he's just looking for attention. I ignore them, They think they come on here and disrupt me and all this and that. Yeah. That's what I got my pickle stabbers for, right? That's right. Cheeto fingers. He's probably sitting in his basement in his tidy whities, too. Probably got stains on them. Bring on the pickle stabbers. Hey, baby, you know I got a couple pairs of those. I have an Instagram account, but there's nothing on it. I don't use it. So I'm here on YouTube, and then I have my membership, my Patreon, that I'll have stuff on by Monday. It'll make me hungry, Chief. Talking about food now. He wouldn't know what to do with a woman like me. And that's probably what he's upset about. He already got rejected by someone who looks like me. And she said, oh, she just didn't say no. She said, oh, hell no. Oh, my goodness. Yep, Tim. It's all them trolls. They gotta come in here and act a fool. That's going to be the one good thing about the memberships. Because they won't be in there. They won't be able to come in there and disrupt the stream. And it'll be a little more intimate that way too. So that's one of the good things that'll be about it. Well, I am in the U.S. My hometown, where I was born, is in California. I'm originally from California, Los Angeles, but I live in Georgia now, and that's the state in Georgia, or the state of Georgia, not the country. That's in the U.S. Well, the sun's really trying to come out now. Oh, thank you, Chief. I was getting ready to ask that. Ooh. I don't want no tower moment, Spirit. Come on now. Actually, I need that other deck. Where'd it go? Let's see. This one. Supposed to be a beautiful day, high 70s. Nice, Chief. I don't know what the weather's supposed to be like today. It looks like it's cloudy out there. It looks like it's probably going to rain again. Because it's rained like the past couple of days now. Yeah, it's morning for me. It's 8 o'clock in the morning right now. Has it, Chief? I'm sure y'all been able to stay busy then at work. Instead of having to deal with all the rain and snow and all that stuff. I mean, it's been, well, when I say nice, I'll just say it hasn't been as rainy. Haven't been getting as much rain except for the last few days. It started again. So I was hoping that it wouldn't rain today or last night so I could see the full moon, but looks like it's still gonna be cloudy, so I ain't gonna be able to see it. Darn it. know, I heard. You know, and seeing my springs here are normally, it rains a lot, which it did rain. But even in the summer months, it tends to rain a lot because I think it's all the storms that form off like the Atlantic that come off of like Africa and head this direction, or even come from South America and come up this way. So, in fact, I think I got an alert saying something about there was a storm developing out there in the Atlantic. I hadn't followed up on it yet, but I know. I didn't realize how short y'all's summer was, but then I didn't know that it snowed that much up where you're at, baby. Y'all would be in heaven down here, or y'all be sweating y'all's paws off like I sweat during the summer months. But I do understand taking advantage of the warm weather and nice weather while y'all got it. Nothing wrong with that, baby. Because I think that's what Eternal's been having to do, too. You would love to be able to garden all year. Oh, baby, you would have to live in a place like California or like Florida. I mean, but California, it doesn't rain as much. But Florida, it does. It rains every day, but it's usually sunny at some time of the day to where you can garden more. Georgia, you get all 4 seasons, baby. Like, you know, spring, summer, fall, winter. You truly do get all 4 seasons. That's one of the things I do like about living here. The humidity would kill you. I think the humidity would kill all of us. I'm surprised it hasn't killed more of us, but you're right. The humidity is bad. That's why you have to have central air inside your house. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to survive. Because up there, it's like y'all don't have central air, which that was mind-blowing to me. Never heard of that before. So, but I know, I guess, what, most of the houses up there, y'all have, what, window units for AC? Which I'm sure that would probably work for y'all, since y'all's summer is so short. Hello, Mumtaz Gill. How you doing? Okay, Sunnyland. Well, thank you for hanging out with us, beautiful. I appreciate you being here. Sweet dreams to you, girlfriend. I'll probably go here soon myself. Because I know I've already been on for 5 hours. Yeah, I have central air in my house, baby. Like, I would not be able to live in a hot climate area like Georgia, California, Florida, anywhere in the southeast for that matter, but even a lot on the west coast without central air. No. Well, you know, Chief, I'm happy you caught me, baby. Oh, you fell asleep early. So 9 o'clock, that was 11 o'clock for me. I was just waking up. Believe it or not. Like I said, My alarm didn't wake me up. I slept good. And that rain, the storms will do that to you. Good morning, John. How you doing? Yeah, I mean, I might hop on later this evening, late tonight into the morning. I don't know yet. Because I got to try and focus on my Patreon page. Get that going. But if not, maybe tomorrow, as in Sunday night. I'll have to see how the next couple days play out. How much I can get done and also get some rest in between. That sounds good, Chief. And I'm happy you hopped on and say hi to me, though. Because I didn't think of you and a few others. It's like, I know some of y'all be up this late. Oh, I definitely will, baby. Thank you. So, I guess I should say goodbye for now to y'all. Like I said, I'm going to see how much work I get done today for the Patreon page. Because I'm trying to get the Patreon memberships up no later than Monday. So, that way by Tuesday, I can do my first members only live stream. Which means y'all won't be able to view it unless y'all bought a membership. Because the link will be on the Patreon. So, we'll see how that goes. But that's the goal. Hello, Strawberry. That's what I'm planning on doing, baby. That way we won't have so many trolls when I come in and act a fool. So, see how tonight goes and tomorrow. I don't know, Strawberry. You gotta ask yourself that, what you want to do. The Soviet guy, I'm in the United States. So, no, thank you, Chief. You too, baby. Enjoy the nice weather today, Chief. So, Strawberry, if you're looking for a reading, I only do paid readings. But I'm getting ready to go because I've been on since 3 o'clock this morning. So, I'm going to get some rest for a little bit before I get back on and do some work. Ooh, some fresh tomatoes. That sounds good, Chief. I love tomatoes. Well, you're going to have to let me know later or tomorrow, Chief, how your gardening went. Yummy. Those sound good. Those are good for a salad, too. do love tomatoes. The larger tomatoes aren't ready yet. Yeah, it takes some time for them to grow. But even when those grow, I know those will be good too. I used to love making me a tomato sandwich. Oh yeah, Greek salads. I love Greek salads. You know, I got plenty of feta in my freezer, I think. At least the last time I checked, I had some in there. But that was months ago. I'll probably find out it's all gone. Hello, Eric. Yeah, that does sound good. I just need some mayo, a little bit of salt, and plenty of pepper, and I'm good to go. I haven't had a tomato sandwich in a long time. See, I don't have any tomatoes in my house because I'm the only one that eats them, so I can't keep them. And they always go bad before I get around to them. You like my big teddy bear? Well, thank you. I like my big teddy bear too. That's Teddy. I've had him for several years. That sounds good, Chief. Now I'm gonna have to go in there and find something to munch on real quick before I take a nap. All right, beautiful people. Well, I'm gonna head out. If you aren't subscribed to me, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell that says all, so you get notified whenever I come online. If you need anything from me, it's in the description box. My email, my PayPal, my info from my Zelle and Venmo. And then the Patreon link is also in the description box, where you can get a membership. So I'll hopefully have it started by Monday. So, beautiful people, I might be on tonight, like late tonight into the morning, or Sunday morning. We'll see how it plays out. So I hope y'all have a wonderful, beautiful day. It was nice hanging out with y'all. Thank you for being here. Hope to see y'all soon. Bye.